And welcome in to Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball. I'm Dawn Morgan. Thank you for watching and listening. The broadcast today on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And we're just about to get the first of a doubleheader underway here in Portales. Let's run down the rosters. The girls have not been introduced on the field yet. They will be soon. The umpires and coaches are at home plate talking things over, so we're a few minutes away from getting this first one started. Of course, your Lovington Lady Cats are the visitors today. This is a makeup game from a day that was too windy to play. So these two games are actually a makeup, I believe, from last week. And these will be the last regular season games for the Lady Cats. Batting first will be number 3, Avery Marquez, who is going to be playing center field for the Lady Cats. Number 4, Honey Morales, will be at second base. Batting third is number 13, Angelina Corral. She's playing third base. Batting fourth is number 77, Alexa Bell, your designated player. Batting fifth, number 10, Sienna DePorto, your catcher. Batting sixth is number 7, Anaili Chavarria, who is in left field. Batting seventh is 11, Lainey Urahara, your pitcher. Batting 8th is Leila Hernandez, your shortstop. And batting 9th is number 2, Anayi Reyes, playing at right field. Number 9, Jocelyn Olguin, is at first base, and she's your flex player. The bench for the Lady Cats today: number 6, Riley Dunlap. Number 12, Daphne Urahara. Number 14, Chloe Corral. Number 15, Anayi Quiroga. Number 17 is Sabri Rodriguez. Number 18 is Sabra Sanchez. And number 23 is Celeste Barraza. Running down your roster of the Portales Lady Rams. Number 2, Abby Marquez, will bat first. She is playing right field. Number 7, Cashlyn Fraze, will bat second. She's playing center field. Batting third is number 6, Angel Ornelas, playing shortstop. Number 12 is Kenzie Rowland, your designated player. She's batting fourth in cleanup. And batting fifth is number 14, Adri Garcia, on first base. Batting sixth is Emma Long at third base. She's number 11. Batting seventh is number 23, Bailey Hinderleiter, your catcher. Batting eighth is number 15, Syria Aguirre, who is on first base. And batting ninth is number 5, Miley Banda, who's in left field. Olivia Gonzalez, number 3, is your flex player, and she is your pitcher, your starting pitcher. The bench for Portales is number 4, Emma Baca. Number 8, Sarah Williams. Number 16, Kaysen Mitchell. And number 13, Dossie Cordova.
23, Celeste Barraza.
So the girls are being introduced out on the field right now. Then we'll have a break for the national anthem.
Lady Rams.
But it is a beautiful day here in Portales, and the wind is blowing from right to left across the field. Not much of a wind, I would say probably about 10 to 15 miles an hour, gusting stronger at times.
In center field, number
Clear
7,
skies.
Cashlyn
And
Fraze.
of course, as we look out the
Hit shortstop,
center
number
field,
6,
I'm looking
Angel
toward the
Ornelas.
southwest. So looking at home plate, the pitcher's circle, and
Designated
then
player,
center
number
field
12,
is
Kenzie
just due
Rowland.
southwest.
First baseman, Adri,
Happy to be very
14,
here in
Adri
Portales
Garcia.
as Lovington girls want to
At third
finish up
base,
their
number 11,
regular season
Emma
and
Long.
district strong with a couple of wins over Portales.
Catching, number
They're certainly
23,
capable of
Bailey
that, having beaten them
Hinderleiter.
in both games earlier in the
At
season.
second base, number 15,
So final 2
Celia
games,
Aguirre.
and then of course the seeding will be
In
done
left field, number 5,
on Sunday. We'll know from NMAA which teams make it to the
pitching, number
playoffs
3, Olivia
and which teams don't.
Gonzalez.
Lovington looking very likely
subs
to
for
make
Portales
that.
are number
In
4,
fact, they're hoping to be
Emma
seated high
Baca.
enough to get home games for the first
Number
round,
8,
and that's
Sarah
very likely for them.
Williams.
But they do need to post 2
Number
wins for that to
16,
be pretty much a
Mitchell.
sure thing for them. They need
And
to
number
have 2 good
13,
wins today against the
Dawson.
Lady Rams of Portales. So we will get this started in just a couple of minutes, and thank you very much for joining our broadcast. Hopefully you will stick around for us for both games, and we're going to take a break for the national anthem. We'll be right back with more Lady Cat Beth. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. We just had the playing of the national anthem. The Portales team is out in the field. And let's set that field again for you in just a couple of minutes. We'll have first pitch. It's Gonzalez on the mound. Hinterleiter catching. Garcia at first, Aguirre on second, Long at third, Ornelas at shortstop. Banda in left, Fraze in center, and Marquez in right. First up to bat will be Avery Marquez. Your leadoff batter should be followed by Honey Morales on deck and Angelina Corral in the hole. So I said it really is a lovely day for softball. This field, the way it's situated, people are able to park along the edges of the park where this is and actually see from their vehicles. Some are doing that. And then plenty have pitch tents and are using big shade trees around the outside of the fence. So there are a number of people in lawn chairs set up all around the outside of the field. Also a couple of sets of bleachers just beyond the fence in the outfield in left and right.
Leading off for Lovington, number 3, Avery Marquez.
And we're ready to get this one underway. Leadoff hitter Marquez up at the plate, right-handed batter, and we will get this started. Ready for the first pitch. Gonzalez on the mound. And the first pitch is hit. It's going to be trouble. It's going to fall in as it really hung up. It was a high fly, a little pop infield that was just a little far away for everybody, for the pitcher, the first and second baseman to be able to get to. So on base is Marquez with a little bloop infield pop hit. So no error, no outs, one person on. Marquez on first. And swing and a foul for Honey Morales. She fouls it off to the left for strike one. So 0-1 the count now on Morales. Morales at shortstop today for Lovington. No outs, one on. Morales at bat, Corral on deck, and Alexa Bell in the hole. 0-1 count. She shows a bunt, pops it up, going foul. Hinterleiter gets up, gives it a good chase, trying to get that, but it fell just out of reach, so it'll be strike two on Morales. 0-2 your count. No outs, one on. That is Marquez on first. Gonzalez way in front of Morales in the count on this one. Morales have to protect the plate, swing at anything close at this point, spoil things off. Try not to strike out. Lovington wants to move runners around. And there's a hit out to right field. That is Marquez out in right, so she comes in a few steps and grabs that one. Morales gives it a ride, but flies out to right field for out number one. So one out, one on. Top of the first inning, just underway. Corral at bat, a right-handed batter, playing third base. Alexa Bell on deck, DePorto in the hole. First, and that's going to hit her elbow. As it came in just a little inside, Corral will take first base, hit by pitch. That's going to move Marquez over to second. So runner in scoring position now. Again, there's one out, two on. Bell, the designated player, at the plate. DePorto on deck and Chavarria in the hole. Lovington trying to get their runs in early on this one. Swing and a foul off to the left as Bell was in front of that one, and it really was low. Probably was not going to be called a strike. But Lovington anxious to get on base and move runners around in this game. So Bell with an 0-1 count now. One out. Runners at first and second. No score in this one. Bell hits this one. A little line drive shot's going to go over Aguirre into field. It'll score. It won't score any, as I think Marquez had to wait to tag up, but it will move the runners around. So Bell will have a single and load them up. So bases loaded now. That's Marquez on third, Corrales on second, Bell at first, and DePorto, your catcher, at the bat. 1 out, bases loaded, and a grounder, a hot shot over to Ornelas. She picks it up, and it pops straight up, and going to have to charge an error. So an E6 is going to put DePorto on, and it will score 1 as Avery Marquez comes in.
Batting number 7, Annalie Chavarria.
So Marquez puts Lovington on the board. Everybody else moves around. That's Corrales on third, Bell on second, DePorto on first, reaching on an E6. And Anaí Chavarria, your left fielder, up to the plate. Lovington girls have been very aggressive at the bat, many of them just hitting at the first pitch that they see. Gonzalez has not had to throw very many pitches yet in this at-bat. 1 out, bases loaded. Chavarria at the plate. First pitch comes in high for ball number 1. So 1-0 is the count. 1-0 the count. 1 out, bases loaded. And a fastball, a nice pitch, comes in right over the center of the plate. Chavarria knows it, cuts at it, and fouls it straight back for strike 1. It really looked like she kind of hit the top of that ball, but it spun back. She must have hit just underneath it. Fouled it straight back. If she had hit it solidly, probably would have gone straight center. Fouls this one back as well. 0-2 the count. So Chavarria with 2 strikes on her. Going to have to protect the plate. And, of course, trying not to hit it in the field. That's going to open up a force on any base or a possible double play. So looking for a longer ball, and that is fouled back over our heads, out of play. Count remains 1-2 on Chavarria. Here we are, top of the first, Lovington at bat. They've put 1 run across, 1 out, bases loaded. Chavarria, your left fielder at the plate, with a 1-2 count. Gonzalez checking her notes on her wrist. And throws that one inside. Hinderleiter tries to block it out. It's going to get away from her. But, and that, well, they're going to say that hit her. All right. Chavarria takes her base.
11, Lainey Utahara.
And that's going to bring in Corral. All the runners move around. And Lainey Utahara, your pitcher, up at the plate. I just cannot see. Yep. Come on. And a ground ball is a fair ball. It hits third base, as a matter of fact. It's trouble. It's very hard. Long tries to get a handle on it. It bounces behind her. Ornelas comes over from short to corral that. But that does score 1. And really, that just got hung up in the bag. I am not going to charge that as an error. That was a hot grounder. She did well to try to stop that, and then it just kind of got tangled up in the bag and her glove. So Lainey Utahara on with a single, an RBI single. Lovington up 2-0. We have a courtesy runner over on third for DePorto. Chavarria's on second, Utahara on first, bases loaded. Still 1 out. Top of the first, Lovington's put 3 across. And batting is Leila Hernandez, your shortstop. Beautiful pitch, and Hernandez was ahead of it. Was right over the plate. I think Gonzalez took a little speed off of it. Hernandez ahead of that. Fouls it off to the left for strike number 1. So 0-1 your count. Lovington girls making a lot of noise in the dugout. Trying to keep their energy up and keep this at-bat going. Of course, Portales wants nothing better than to maybe get a double playable ball here. And that's going to go foul. A hot grounder over to the left as well. This time it rolls foul before it reaches the bag. All right. So Leila Hernandez with no balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 the count. 1 out. Perfect chance for Lovington to add to their lead here. And again, Hernandez catches a piece of it, fouls it off. Hernandez having to go for anything close, protecting the plate. with the 0-2 count on her. Hernandez batting in the 8th slot for Lovington. Reyes on deck, and top of the lineup, Marquez in the hole. Nice pitch, and it's up in the air, and coming in on it is Long, catching that, coming in. She had to hustle from third base for it, so credit where credit's due. A nice catch, and Anaí Reyes flies out, a little pop fly to the third baseman, position 5 for out number 2. And let's see, that brings up Reyes. She hits a grounder. It's going to find its way past third base, and Long knocks it down. Ornelas comes over and plays behind her. Good basics out there as Ornelas grabs it and keeps the damage to just 1 run in. So a fielder's choice. Fielder's choice puts Reyes on base, as there was no play on that ball. And top of the order, Marquez back up. Marquez hit a single and scored a run her first time at the plate earlier this inning. First pitch is in, it is a ball. 1-0 the count on Marquez. And a well-hit ball deep into between left and center. That's going to score 1. That's going to score 2. So it's going to be a 2 RBI double for Marquez.
Now batting number 4, Honey Morales.
That brings in Chavarria and the courtesy runner for Udahara across the plate. Runners at second and third now, as Reyes moved all the way over to third. Marquez on first. Honey Morales up to the plate. She hit a fly out to left field her first time up. This time it's a grounder to shortstop. Ornelas picks it up, fires over to first, and yes, and the at-bat for Lovington is done. So 6-3 for your third out. And we'll be back with more Lovington Lady Cats softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball from Portales on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. In the top of the first inning, Lovington scored 6 runs on 4 hits. There was 1 error, 2 left on base. We go to the bottom of the first.
Abby Marquez.
And coming up to bat, leading off, will be number 2, Abby Marquez, playing right field, a right-handed batter, trying to get things started for Portales. Lovington leading 6-0. Portales wanting to get their bats going. And a big hit, a solid hit out to center field to start things off as Marquez hits the first pitch she sees. And it's a solid single right up the middle, putting her on first base. Brings up number 7, Cashlyn Fraze. Fraze playing center field. So no outs, 1 on. Fraze at the plate. Ornelas on deck, Roland in the hole. Shows bunt. And drops a nice one down the first base line. Olguin comes in on it and fires over as Morales goes over to cover. So 3-4 for the first out, but it does.
For the Rams, number 6, Angel Ornelas.
So 1 out, and it does move Marquez over to second base in scoring position, though, and brings up Ornelas, the shortstop, batting third. So 1 out, 1 on, swing and a miss for strike 1. 0-1 the count, a runner on second, 1 out. Roland on deck, Garcia in the hole. Bottom of the first inning now, Lovington leading 6-0, but Portales would like to change that. Second pitch is high for ball 1, 1-1 the count. So Lovington would like to make quick work and get out of the inning, get back to the dugout, and get their bat swinging again. But Portales would like to keep their at-bat rolling. And that's going to come in low and inside for ball number 2. So 2-1 the count. 1 out, 1 runner in scoring position. That is Marquez, your leadoff hitter, out on second base. And this pitch comes in, a nice fastball right up the middle. Ornelas swing and a miss. And that's going to even up the count, 2-2. And that is going to just miss the outside corner for ball 3 and run the count full. 3-2 the count. 1 out, 1 on. Bottom of the first inning. Portales dugout now making some noise. Swing and a solid hit out between left and center. That will probably score 1, although the throw is coming in, and that will hold her at third. So Ornelas with a solid shot will get a single and move Marquez over to third. They really had respect for Chavarria's arm out there, as Chavarria, or actually I believe it was Marquez who chased it down and threw that in. So runners at the corners now, first and third, 1 out. And Kinsey Rowland, designated player, batting cleanup at the plate. Shows bunt. There's the throw down to second, and they got her, burned her down. Good throw as Portales put the squeeze play on. What they did was Rowland showed bunt to try to throw everybody off, and Olguin came in. Everybody charged in, but Morales covered second as she was supposed to, and so actually Hernandez covered second and got the lead runner, got the second or the first base runner, not the lead. Lead runner is still on third. That's Marquez, but they threw Ornelas out at second. So 2-6 for the second out. So count is 1-1 on Roland. 2 outs now, and a shallow hit. Is going to get by Chavarria. Gave it a ride. She came in on it and almost made the shoestring catch, but it went behind her, and Marquez in center came over to cover and threw the ball in to keep her on first base. So Roland will get a single and an RBI single. No, she will not get the RBI. Yeah, she will. So Marquez came in. Portales on the board now, 6-1 your score. And Roland with the RBI single. Sits on first. So 1 on, 2 out. Garcia at the plate, an 0-1 count. And that is going to be high and outside as DePorto, who has a very nice arm, and she throws from the squat over to Olguin on first. But Roland scrambles back safely. So 0-1 the count. 1-1 is the count. And there is swing and a miss for strike 2. So 1-2 is the count now in Garcia. 1-2 the count. A runner on first. 1 run has scored for Portales. 2 outs. Here we are in the bottom of the first inning. Beautiful pitch, and that's it. Udahara records her first strikeout, as that was a nice breaking ball right over the outside corner. And strikeout. To Lovington Girls Softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. In the bottom of the first inning, Portales scored 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, 1 left on base. And we go to the top of the second inning. And that's going to hit as Angelina Corral, your leadoff batter, gets hit by a pitch. Hit by pitch, second hit by pitch in this game, puts Corral on first. And I believe the Portales coach is coming over. And Portales coach is probably making a point to the umpire that there is a prevailing opinion that Lovington batters may not be making enough effort to get out of the way of a pitch, of a close pitch that's coming in. So we will see. The umpire behind the plate ump is going to confer with the other ump, talk about that, and we'll see if it changes this play at all. They gave Corral first base on the hit by pitch, but after the complaint and comment by the Portales coach, we'll see what the umpires think. We're here in this top of the second inning. Lovington at bat. Corral as it. They're going to call that a ball. They're going to bring Corral back, and they're going to call that a ball instead of a hit by pitch. And Corral will remain at the plate. Now Coach McCraw is going to come out and get an explanation and a clarification. Hear the ump's comments, make his own comments. Alexa Bell, your designated player, awaits on deck, and Sienna DePorto is in the hole. We're here in the top of the second inning. Lovington is leading this one 6-1. It's the first of a doubleheader. And the batter, Corral, after initially taking first base on a hit by pitch, has been called back to the plate with a 1-0 count. And that's going to be a strike for strike one. That evens the count, a call strike. 1-1 on Corral. That is Gonzalez on the mound for Portales. Hinterleiter behind the plate. That is your battery. And that is going to be ball number 2. So a little high. 2-1 the count now on Corral, your first batter in this at bat. And Corral was hit by a pitch in her first at bat and crossed the plate. So she is 0 for 1. That pitch floats in, going to be just a little high for ball number 3. 3-1 the count. And a swing and a high fly off to the right, out of play for strike 2. So the count now full on Corral. So Lovington would like to get their bats going again and get some more runs across, pad their lead in this one. Portales capable of putting runs on the board as well. They know that. There's going to be another ball that's going to go foul, out of play. Giving it a good chase over there was Marquez in right field. Count remains full. It's Corral fighting off pitches. Nobody on. And no outs. Swing and a hot grounder over to short. Ornelas picks it up, fires over to first, and Garcia has to scoop it up, but she hangs on to it. And Corral is thrown out 6-3. for the first out. Brings up number 77, Alexa Bell, your designated player.
Alexa Bell.
So 1 out, nobody on. If I can get my score bug to adjust, I cannot get it to go back to 0-0 on the count. Now it is. So fresh count on Bell, and she hits this one, another hot grounder over to Ornelas. She picks that one up, and this time she threw about the same place as before, and Garcia had to scoop up the throw before it and was able to. This one, she could not do that, so it really was an error on the throw. The E6 is going to put Bell on first. So an error on the throw, although in that case, I do see culpability with Garcia. She was able to dig one of those throws out. So 1 out, 1 on. Sienna DePorto, your catcher, up to the plate. Score is 6-1. Lovington leading. And that pitch comes in, a throw down to first. Trying to get Bell off base. She scrambles back in time. Garcia drops that ball again. And that was a call strike. So 0-1 count on DePorto. Beautiful pitch. Oh, and it's a really hot one right back to the pitcher. And Gonzalez did well to just throw up her glove. In that case, when that screamer comes back at you as a pitcher, your reaction just takes over, your instinct, and she was able to get the glove on it and then dropped it, but picked it right up and made a good throw. Got DePorto out for the second out. So 1-3 in the book for the second out. Brings up number 7, Annalie Chavarria, your left fielder, up to the plate. So 2 outs now, nobody on.
Batting 7, Annalie Chavarria.
Nobody on first, that is. Bell is on second. She reached on an error and then moved over to second on that throw. So DePorto thrown out, but moved the runner around. Chavarria crossed the plate, scored a run for Lovington her first time up. Top of the second inning, 2 outs, 1 on. Bell on second base in scoring position, and Chavarria at the plate. Lovington would like to get another run in here. Maybe get a 2-out rally going. Making some noise in the dugout. First pitch, she hits. It's going out to center. It's going to be a hit. Going to fall in shallow center. It's going to score 1. There's a throw coming in, not in time. And then the throw down to second is dropped. So everybody is safe as Chavarria slides in safely. And that really is a single for her. It's an RBI single. She went to second on the throw. It's an RBI single. She took second base on the throw. Brought in Bell. So 7-1 is your score. 2 outs. And Lainey Urahara, Lovington's pitcher, up to the bat. She hit an RBI single and scored her first time. Takes a cut at the first one she sees, a fastball, and foul tips it for strike number 1. So 2 outs, 0-1 the count. Top of the second inning. A runner on second in scoring position. 7-1 your score. Lovington leading. First of a doubleheader here. And a high pop fly is going to go out of play. So Garcia moved over from first. Aguirre at second also gave chase, but it fell outside the fence. Although both of those girls look speedy enough and athletic enough to try to leap the fence and catch that ball anyway. 2 strikes on Urahara. 0-2 count, and that pitch is in, and it's going to be inside. Ball number 1. So 1-2 the count. I jest, of course. But hey, Portales, they're gamers. Everybody wants the wins today, and that's going to be a wild pitch as it gets past Hinterleiter, rolls to the backstop, and it is going to allow Chavarria to move over to third. So Chavarria takes third on the wild pitch, And it's ball number 2 on Urahara, so 2-2 is your count. 2 outs, 1 runner on. Urahara swings at that one, fouls it off toward the Lovington dugout. Count remains 2-2. Little choppy foul. She kind of swung down on that pitch. She was ahead of it. Looked like Gonzalez throwing her a bit of a change-up, taking a little speed off of that. A fastball, and Urahara again fouls it off almost the same place in the same way. Although Gonzalez put a little more speed on that one. So Gonzalez on the mound, varying her pitches and her speeds. Urahara adjusting with 2 strikes on her, spoiling it off, and that's going to be in the dirt for Paul 3, and that is going to get by Hinderleiter. It's going to roll all the way to the Lovington dugout, and that will allow Chavarria to come in. So another wild pitch as that was in the dirt. And that's going to score Chavarria, and that means it's 8-1 now. So 3-2 the count. It's full on Urahara. That's going to come in inside for ball 4 as Urahara works the walk after 2 wild pitches. One allows Chavarria to get to third, and another allows her to come in. Number 6, Layla Hernandez, up to the plate. Number 5, actually. Number 5, but she's playing position 6. She is your shortstop for Lovington. Up to the plate. She hit a pop fly out to the catcher her first time up. So she is 0 for 1. 1 runner on, 2 outs, top of the second. She shows bunt, pulls the bag back, and an attempted steal, and they're going to get her. No problem. Hinderleiter with a good throw, and they get Urahara. And I believe that probably was a courtesy. Was that a courtesy runner? That was Sabri Rodriguez, who was a courtesy runner for Urahara, the pitcher, who got thrown out. So 2-4 for the third out, but not before Lovington scores 2. So 2 runs on the board. We go to the bottom of the second inning. Your score is 8-1, Lovington leading. And we'll be back with more Lovington Lady Wildcats softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball. In the top of the second inning, there were 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left on base. 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left on base. Bottom of the second inning with Portales coming up to the bat. And number 11, Emma Long, your third baseman, up to the plate. Her first plate appearance. Swings at the first hit she sees, going out to center field, a fly ball that Marquez moves a couple of steps for and catches that. So Long gives it a ride, a nice long fly out to center field for out number 1.
Batting 23, Bailey Hinderleiter.
Number 23, Bailey Hinderleiter, up to the plate. The catcher, again, her first plate appearance. So one out. Let me adjust my score bug as we're in the bottom of the second. And she hits at the first one she sees, fouls it off for strike 1. 0-1 is the count. So Bailey Hinderleiter with an 0-1 count. 1 out, bottom of the second. And a hit right up center field, and that is Hernandez comes over, makes a great stop, a really nice play, and then turns across her body and makes a decent throw. Just doesn't have time to get it in time, as that Hinterleiter simply has an infield single. She beat out the throw. A good play by Hernandez, and a good try. Just no time to make that throw in time. So Hinterleiter on first. Number 15, Siria Aguirre, shows bunt, and it rolls foul. Corral, very wisely watching that, knew that it looked like it was going to roll foul, lets it go. It does. Simply becomes strike one. So Hinterleiter on first. Aguirre with one strike, 0-1 the count. One out. So one out, one on. Aguirre, your second baseman at the plate. Miley Banda on deck. And the top of the order, Marquez in the hole. 0-1 the count. Shows bunt again. Pulls the bat back. It's inside for ball number one. So 1-1 your count. One out, one on. That's the catcher, Hinterleiter. And that is the catcher. Sometimes I make sure. And a bunt again coming in from third is Corral. Picks it up on the run, makes a great throw, and throws out Aguirre. But Aguirre is able to move Hinterleiter over to second.
Now batting number 5, Miley Banda.
Aguirre with a sac bunt moves Hinterleiter. There are two outs now. Miley Banda, your batter, a left-handed batter. First plate appearance. Two outs, bottom of the second. Grounder, fielded by Hernandez. She picks it up, throws to first, and throws her out. 6-3 in the book for the third out. So Portales threatens, puts one on, but comes. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. We go to the top of the third inning. 8-1 is your score. Lovington leading. Lovington coming up to the plate. And up first is Layla Hernandez, your shortstop. Swings and a high pop is headed to the shortstop, and Ornelas comes under it, easily catches that. So a pop out to number 6. To position 6, that is. And that's the first out. Number 2, Anaí Reyes, your right fielder, up to the plate. She got on with a fielder's choice and got stranded on third base her first time up, so she actually is 0 for 1. So one out, nobody on. Top of the third inning. Reyes, the bottom of the order, batting ninth for Lovington. First pitch is in, and it is a ball. So 1-0 the count. Gonzalez on the mound, Hinterleiter catching. Garcia on first, Aguirre second, Long on third, Ornelas at short, Bond in left, Fraze in center, and Marquez in right. And that's going to be a ball. It will hit the inside corner, but a little low. So 2-0 is the count. 2-0, one out, nobody on. Lovington trying to get something going, add to their lead. A ground ball to Ornelas. Oh, she bobbles it just a little bit and picks it up, then makes a wild throw. However, Marquez comes over, picks up that ball, and is going to hold Reyes on first. So a bobble, that's an E6, and Reyes is on.
Batting number 3, Avery Marquez.
That's going to bring the top of the order back up for Lovington. Number 3, Avery Marquez, your center fielder, to the plate. She had a 2 RBI double and got stranded her last time at bat. She had a single and scored her first time. She's 2 for 2. 1 out, 1 on.
Something entertaining, Gil?
And that's going to just miss the inside corner. That's going to be a ball 1. So ball 1, 1-0 is the count on Marquez. One runner on. And a well-hit ball, a high fly coming under and left is Banda. Tracks it, catches it, then throws into second base, and that's going to hold Marquez at first. So Marquez gave it a ride and a try, but a fly out to left field is the second out. Brings up number 4, Honey Morales, your second baseman, to the bat. She's 0 for 2. She got thrown out, grounded out to the shortstop her last time up, hit a fly to left field her first time up. Honey Morales with 2 outs, 1 on, top of the third. Lovington has not scored. She chose bunt and hits one back. Gonzalez picks it up and throws it to first base. So Morales, again, trying for the bunt single. 1 to 3 in the book for the third out. So 4 up, 3 down. Lovington with no runs on no hits, 1 error, 1 left on base. And we go to the bottom of the third inning. Portales coming back up to the plate. Lovington leading this one 8-1. We'll be back with more Lady Ram and Lady Wildcats softball on Lovington Sports, YouTube, and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. Thanks for watching and listening. We go to the bottom of the third inning. In the top of the third, Lovington had no runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left on base. And the top of the order coming up for the Lady Rams. Marquez hit a single and crossed the plate. In fact, she is the only run that's been across for Portales in this game. First pitch is in on her, and it's ball 1. So no outs, nobody on, of course. Marquez with a 1-0 count. Urahara pitches a ball. In fact, it hit home plate. So 2-0 is the count. I think Urahara looked like she was trying to throw a changeup, taking a little speed off the ball. The ball just kind of got hung up a little bit. This one, a fastball, a good hit, and it's going to get past Hernandez, as Hernandez just didn't get down on it. It was a real hot grounder, though, and I think I'm going to score that as a single because
Batting for the Rams, number 7, Ashlyn.
Hernandez moved over and reached for it but could not get it. So Marquez with her second single of the game puts her on. So runner on first, no outs. Come on. And she hits at the first pitch she sees, and it's going to be an infield pop. So Cashlyn Fraze pops out to the second baseman for the first out. Marquez on first.
Batting number 6, Angel Ornelas.
Cannot get there. It goes. So 1 out, 1 on. Angel Ornelas, your shortstop, up to the plate. And the first pitch is in. It's going to be a ball high for ball 1. 1-0 the count. Ornelas reached on a single and then got thrown out at second base on an attempted steal. Her first time up, her second plate appearance. She's 1 for 1. And she hits at that. It's an inside ball. Nice late movement on that, breaking over the inside corner. Ornelas hits it up really close to her hands and fouls it off to the left for strike 1. 1-1 the count. 1-1 the count. 1 out, 1 on. It's Marquez on first. Abby Marquez, right fielder, sitting on first. At the bat is Angel Ornelas. And Urahara brought a little more heat on that, but it was high for ball number 2. So 2-1 the count. 1 out. So Lovington would like to make short work, and this is going to be a little grounder. Go to Hernandez. She fires it over to second. Double playable ball, and yes, they turn the double play. A beautiful double play that it barely got Ornelas, but maybe half a step, but still well turned. So Portales comes up a little short, but not for lack of trying, as that was 6-4-3. Double play. Marquez thrown out at second for the second out, and then Ornelas for the third. So 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And we're going to go to the bottom, or the top of the 4th inning. And your score is still 8-1 with Lovington leading after a nicely turned double play. That just, I'm sorry. The ball indicator on my scorebook just does not want to move a lot of times. Gets a little stubborn. But still, we are going to go to the top of the 4th inning for Lovington. They'd like to increase their runs. If they could manage to put 3 runs across, then they'd be working toward getting out of this game a little early. But they've got some work to do before they can get there. 8-1 is your score. And after bottom of the 3rd, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base, we see Angelina Corral coming up first. She is your 3rd baseman, leadoff batter. She grounded out to shortstop her last time up. She was hit by a pitch and crossed the plate her first time. And she hits a little line drive. Ornelas comes in on it, couple of steps, and picks that up. So a line drive to shortstop for the first out. As Corral hit the first pitch she saw, and now Alexa Bell, designated player, up to the plate. She reached on an error and scored her last time up, hit a single and scored her first time up. So she is 1 for 2, 3rd plate appearance, 1 out, nobody on. A long fly ball out to deep left, and that's out of the park. So an out of the park home run, a solo homer for Bell, gives Lovington a 9-1 lead over Portales. So solo home run for Bell. And that's going to bring up number 10, Sienna DePorto, the catcher, to the plate. 1 out, nobody on. 9-1 your score. We're in the top of the 4th inning. A beautiful afternoon here at the park in Portales as the wind has died down. The American flag in dead center field is hanging limp for the most part. So a lovely day. And DePorto up to try to keep Lovington rolling in this at-bat. It's going to be high and outside for ball 1. So 1-0 the count. Nobody on, 1 out. DePorto, Lovington catcher, and she hits a long fly ball out to left field, and that is going to be in the park. It's going to roll out to the fence. Getting it is Banda, makes a good throw in, and will hold DePorto on first. She'll have a courtesy runner, as let's see who goes out to run for her. That's going to be number 14, Chloe Corral. So after a long fly out to deep left, DePorto is on. Corral will run for her. Annalise Chavarria, the left fielder, up to the plate. She hit an RBI single and scored her last time up. Also crossed the plate her first time. She is 1 for 2. And a throw down to second, trying to get the courtesy runner, trying to get Corral, but the throw just a little off and it is dropped. So Corral with the steal is in scoring position now. 1 out, 1 on. Chavarria at the plate. And that's a ground ball. Hit well, picked up by Ornelas. She gets to first. Nice throw. Uh-oh, they're going to say they pulled her off. That throw did pull her off, and she lost contact with the bag. So really, that's an error on the throw. So Chavarria made Ornelas made a good stop. Her throw was just a little bit off. So error on the throw. That puts Chavarria on. That moved Corral over to third. So runners at the corners for Lovington. And it looks like, let's see, the coach, Portales coach, going out to have a word with the field ump. She may have a question about how he saw that. And yes, the question was about whether or not the first base, whether Chavarria was actually safe at first. And the ump said that's how he saw it, that the foot was not on the bag when the runner hit the bag and made contact with it. So safe at first. Runners at first and third, 1 out. Lainey Urahara, the pitcher, up to the plate. She walked her last time, got stranded, and hit a single, an RBI single her first time up. She's 1 for 2. First pitch is in, high and outside for ball 1. So 1 out, 2 on. 9-1 your score here in the top of the 4th inning. Lovington leading. And a high fly ball headed out to center. Fraze is under it. Yes, she catches it. Then makes a throw into home plate. And then Hinterleiter throws to second, trying to get Urahara. She does not, so everybody's safe. So it's going to be an RBI single. It's an RBI single. Urahara moved to second on the throw. So an RBI single for Urahara. She's at second. And it's scored Corral and scored Chavarria. No, Chavarria's on second. Oh, that's true. So that's 10. And that's a 1-1 count on the batter now. Has 2 outs now. As Layla Hernandez at the plate. And Urahara. So Urahara hit the sack RBI. There's a sack RBI. And the pitch comes in. It's going to be low. Going to even up the count. 1-1 on Hernandez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. As Chavarria is on second. And there's a ground ball to Ornelas at short. She bobbles it, throws, and not in time. So another E6 as Ornelas knocked it down, but then couldn't find the handle on it. And the throw not in time. So number 1, Urahara. Is on third. And Hernandez safe at first. So runners at the corners with 2 outs. And ball 1. So 1-0 the count now. As Hernandez reached on the air. Urahara on third. And there's a little pop foul. Coming over for it is Garcia. And Garcia grabs that. Nice play. Credit where credit's due. She really had to stretch for that one, and a little foul pop to first base ends the at-bat for Lovington. So a pop out to the first baseman. And Lovington is able to put 2 on the board, though, so they do lead 10-2. We're going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning. And Lovington leads this one 10-1 over Portales. We'll have more Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Lovington Lady Cats softball in Portales. To Lovington Lady Wildcats softball. In the top of the 4th inning, Lovington scored 2 runs on 2 hits, 2 errors, 2 left on base. So 2 runs on 2 hits, 2 errors, 2 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning, and Lovington leading at 10-1, or 10-1 is your score. And Kenzie Rowland, designated player at the plate. First pitch is in, a ball high, 1-0 the count. So bottom of the 4th inning, Rowland at the plate, swing and a miss. As Urahara threw a little bit of a changeup, Rowland a little ahead of that one and over it. So 1-1 the count. In the bottom of the 4th inning, 1-1 the count on Rowland. Garcia on deck, long in the hole. And she flinched, thought about swinging at that one, didn't, and called a ball. 2-1 is the count on Rowland. Flinched but did not offer. She does hit this one. It was over the inside corner. She hit that pretty close to her hands and was ahead of it, pulled it way foul over beyond the Lovington dugout. So 2-2 is the count. Even the count up. Rowland had an RBI single her first time up at the plate. It's a long fly ball. Coming over it from center is Marquez and grabs it on the run. So a nice catch by Marquez as Rowland gave it a try and a ride.
14, Adrian Garcia.
But flies out to center field for the first out. Adria Garcia, your first baseman, up to the plate, struck out her first time up. This is her second plate appearance. She's 0 for 1. 0 for 1. And hits the first pitch she sees. A high fly ball going foul, but Olguin under it catches that. So a fly out to first baseman for the second out.
Now batting for the Rams, number 11.
So 2 outs.
Emma. Oh.
And coming up to the plate now, number 11, Emma Long, your third baseman. She hit a long fly ball out to center field her first time up. This is her second plate appearance. And a fastball over the outside corner and a swing and a miss for strike 1 as Urahara bringing the heat. So 0-1 the count. 2 outs, nobody on. And a little hit right back to Urahara. Urahara knocks it down, but cannot get a handle on it. So an error on the pitcher. E1 puts Emma Long on the base. So Portales trying to get a 2-out rally started here.
Now batting number 23, Bailey Hinderleiter.
That brings the catcher to the plate, number 23, Bailey Hinderleiter. And Hinderleiter hit a single and got stranded her first time up. She's 1 for 1. Second plate appearance. 2 outs, 1 on. That comes in high for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count. 2 outs, 1 on. 1-0 the count. We're here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Portales batting. That's going to hit the outside corner. Call, strike 1. Nice pitch as Udahara threw a breaking ball. A little late movement. So 1-1 the count. Or rather, Hinderleiter with a 1-1 count. Swing and a miss as Udahara raised it up. And Hinderleiter swatted 2-1 is 2-1 is the count. Hinderleiter, a capable hitter. Most catchers are because they have to watch the ball so closely. And fouls that one off. It's going to hit the Portales dugout for strike number 2. So evens up the count 2-2. Most catchers have a good eye, and they're usually good batters. Hinderleiter with a single today. 1 for 1. Oh, and that hangs up in Udahara's hand. She was going to throw a changeup. So that brings the count full, 3-2. 3-2. 3-2 is the count. It's full on Hinderleiter. And a high pop fly coming under it is Morales. Honey catches that for the 3rd out. So Hinderleiter with a pop to second base. It's 3rd out and 4 up, 3 down for Portales. As there were no runs on no hits, yes, there was 1 error and 1 left on base. So we go to the top of the 5th inning, Lovington leading this one 10-1. And if they could manage to get another run in, then that would be ball game with a 10-run rule after 5 innings. Actually, I guess since it's top of the 5th inning, they would have to let Portales bat, I guess. So it would not immediately be end of game. We'll just keep it right here as Lovington Softball is brought to you on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. And welcome, Lovington, the softball. We're back in Portales. And you're watching and listening on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. As in that at-bat, Portales scored no runs on no hits, 1 error, 1 left on base. We go to the top of the 5th inning. Your score is 10-1, Lovington leading. Lovington at bat, top of the order. Avery Marquez, center fielder, coming up to the plate. Right-handed batter. Lovington trying to put another run across if they can and then hold Portales scoreless. It would end the inning. And there's a well-hit ball heading. Is it out of the park? No, it's right at the fence. And Fraze gives it a chase. It hits the fence and rolls back. And that is going to allow Marquez to have a stand-up double. So a double puts her on second base in scoring position. No outs. Honey Morales, second baseman, up to the plate. She is 0 for 3 and due. And we also have a question about Marquez at the plate. Portales' coach is out talking to the home base ump, and she's gesturing to the plate. And her question to the ump is, did she have her toe on the plate when she hit the ball, made contact with the ball? And if so, is that a legal hit or is that a problem? Ump says, and the umpire in the field is talking with Marquez on second base. So they let the hit stand. They may be just warning Marquez to make sure that she's not making any kind of foot contact with the plate when she hits the ball. But she stays on second. Honey Morales at the plate, 0 for 3. And that one comes in just a little high for ball number 1. Lovington, the Portales faithful, felt like that was right at the top of the letters. So 1-0, though, is your count. No outs, 1 runner on, and that's going to be outside. Sometimes one call, you'll think that one call is off, and then the next call kind of makes up for the other one. So 1-1 is your count, as he felt like that caught the outside corner. That was a good job by Hinderleiter framing it up, though, bringing it back over the plate. But 1-1 the count. Now 2-1 the count. 2 balls, 1 strike. No, 1 runner on, scoring second position. It's a wild pitch. A wild pitch is going to allow Marquez to steal third base. And again, that pitch just kind of got hung up in Gonzalez's hand. I think she was probably going to throw a changeup, and sometimes knowing that you're throwing the changeup just it kind of messes around with your mechanics and your release a little bit. There's a hard hit ball out to shallow right. It's going to fall in front of Marquez, and that is going to score Morales. So that's going to score Marquez. Our Marquez, their Marquez, fielded the ball, threw it in. So Marquez across the plate with Morales, an RBI single. And that brings up Angelina Corral, third baseman, to the plate. She's 1 for 3. No, she is 0 for 3. Hit by pitch, grounded out to short, and a line drive out to short. And that is hit by pitch. So Corrales will take first base, as I don't think there was any argument about that one by anybody. I don't see Coach out the dugout. So hit by pitch will stand. Moves Morales over to second. Corral on first. No outs. Alexa Bell, designated player, to the plate. So I try to get the score bug to cooperate. Ay, ay, ay. All right. We'll try to get that back to 0. Thank you. And, of course, the first pitch was a ball. So 1-0 the count on Bell. 2 runners on, first and second. Bell with a hit that's going to be a shallow hit. A little Texas leaguer is going to fall in shallow right just beyond Aguirre. And it's going to score 1 as Alexa Bell gets an RBI single. It scores Morales from second. It moves Corral over to third. There was a throw, but not in time, so Corral safe at third. Alexa Bell moves to second on the throw. She hit a single, RBI single. And that brings up Sienna DePorto, the catcher, to the plate. She hit a single and crossed the plate her last time up. Got thrown out by the pitcher her second time up. She reached on an error her first time and crossed the plate. So she is 1 for 3. Still nobody out. No outs. Runners at second and third. And a hit up the middle, as that's going to go out to center field. Oh, a hot grounder right up the middle. Fraze picks it up, though, makes a throw in to hold everybody to just 1 base, but DePorto gets an RBI single out of it. So Corral comes in. Bell moves to third. And DePorto is on first. So runners at the corners, first and third. 3 runs across in this at bat for Lovington, no outs. So your score is now 13-1. No, 12 to, yeah, it's 13-1. There have been 3 runs in. Yeah, 13-1. Okay. And that brings up Annalise Chavarria, just making sure their score lines up with mine. First pitch is going to be outside as They get the runner, but it does score a run. So Chavarria the courtesy runner for DePorto trying to steal second gets thrown out. 1-4 for the first out, but it brings Bell across the plate. So that's 14-1 your score now. And now 1 out. And the first pitch is in, and it is a ball. Number 7, Annalie Chavarria, your left fielder at the plate. 1-0 count. 1 out. Nobody on. And that pitch is low and inside for ball 2. So 2-0 the count. 2-0 the count. So 1 out, nobody on. And that is going to hit the inside corner for call. Strike 1. Nice pitch by Gonzalez. So 2-1 the count. As the shadows are starting to get a little longer across the field from right to left, and sun is in some of the players' eyes. And a well-hit ball is going to be in shallow center. Coming up under it is Fraze, and she had to run to get that one. Hangs on to it for a catch. So Chavarria gives it a ride, but flies out to center field. Second out. And number 11, Lainey Udahata, the pitcher, up to the plate. She had a sac RBI her last time up. Had a walk and a throw out and a single RBI. And a high fly ball headed out to second base. Under it is Aguirre. She tracks it, hangs on to it. Catches it kind of behind her head for the third out. So a pop out to the second baseman for the third out does end Lovington's at bat, but not before they put 4 runs across. 14-1 your score, and we'll be back with more Lady Wildcats softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. There were 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors, nobody left on base.
Number 15.
In the top of the 5th inning for Lovington, they put 4 on, 4 across on 4 hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. So 14-1 your score. Portales up to the plate. Number 15, Cydia Aguirre, your second baseman, up to bat, her second plate appearance. She hits a pop fly. Under it is Morales at second base. And pop out for out number 1. So a pop to second base sends Aguirre down. Aguirre hit the first pitch she saw, brings up Miley Banda, the left fielder, up to the plate. So 1 out, nobody on. Banda, the bottom of the order for Portales, and she hits a grounder over to first base. Olguin stops it and steps on first base unassisted. So 3 unassisted for the second out. And Portales may be down to their last out. They trail.
Abby Marquez.
Portales trails 14-1, and if they don't put several runs across, they may be down to their last out here. It would be a run rule game if they don't get enough runs to keep Lovington from having the 10-run rule at the end of this at bat. So it's 10 runs after 5. This is bottom of the 5th. First pitch hit and fouled off to the right for strike 1. 0-1 the count. Yeah, it's 15 runs after 3, 10 runs after 5. And the second pitch comes in, fouled off to the left for strike 2. So 0-2 the count. 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the 5th inning. First of a doubleheader here in Portales. Games that were being made up from a windy day last week. And that comes in high for ball number 1 as Urahara throwing a changeup, seeing if she could get Marcus to chase. Ahead in the count. Has a couple of pitches to give. So 1-2 is your count. 2 outs. And there's a grounder over to Hernandez. She picks it up, fires to first for the 3rd out, and that's ball game. So 6-3 for the 3rd out. 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors. And Lovington wins the first of a doubleheader. The final score in this one is 14-1. So we'll be back to wrap this first one up. We'll have a break between games, but I'll be back with Lovington Wildcat softball on Lovington's
That's the ball game.
on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
14
Welcome back to the wrap up for Hobbs, Lady Wildcats. My bad. I did Lady Eagle softball Tuesday night, but we're here in Portales with Lovington Lady Wildcats on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and Lovington winning the first one. Here is how they did it: 14 runs on 11 hits, 6 left on base. They commit 1 error. Portales had 1 run on 5 hits, 3 left on base, 5 errors. Urahara is your winning pitcher. She had 1 strikeout, no walks. And Gonzalez, your losing pitcher, she had 2 hit batters and 1 walk, no strikeouts. Getting hits in this game for Portales, Marquez had 2 hits, Ornelas had 1 hit, Rowland a hit, and Hinderleiter 1 hit. And for the Lady Wildcats, Avery Marquez, leadoff batter, had 3 hits. Morales with 1 hit. Bell had 3 hits, including a solo home run. DePorto had 2 hits. Chavarria had 1 hit, and Urahara had 1 hit. So, summing it up, 14-1, your first score, the first game of the doubleheader. It was a run-ruled 5-inning game, and a victory for Lovington, and a district victory. So we will have a bit of a break and have your second game of the doubleheader here in Portales in just a little while, probably in about 20 minutes or so, 20 to 30 minutes. I'm Dawn Morgan. Thanks for listening. We hope you will come back and join us for more Lady Cat softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Again, Lovington winning this one 14-1 over Portales, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And welcome to Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball. This is the second game of a doubleheader. Lovington won the first one 14-1. Lovington at bat, second batter up. And Morales bunts. There's an error, and now trying to beat out Marquez at third, and she does get back to the base. And there was kind of a collision with Marquez and Roland at third. I think she may have just gotten the wind knocked out of her. That kind of is what she looks like. So she's sitting back on her knees now. So Avery Marquez reached on a single and then was trying to steal third base and got thrown out. So that throw from 2 to 5 as the bunt was successful, as Morales was able to move to second while they threw out Marquez at third. So 1 out, Morales on second. Marquez is okay. She gets up, makes it to the dugout, but she was thrown out. So 1 out.
13, Angelina Corral.
And Honey Morales on with the fielder's choice. Moves over to second. And Angelina Corral, your third baseman, up to bat. She is number 3, and she's batting third in the lineup. So Lovington up to bat. As after the break, we now have the second of the doubleheader underway. And hits the first one she sees, and it's a little line drive over to Roland at third base. So a line drive to 5 is the second out. And Morales has to scramble back to second. She makes it back safely. But now 2 outs as Alexa Bell, playing first base and batting cleanup, is up to the plate. So 2 outs, 1 on in scoring position. Bell asking for timeout, backs back out of the box. Bell had a solo homer in that first game. Oh, and that's going to come in and be inside, and Bell did move, trying to get out of the way, but it does hit her on the hip. So hit by pitch, puts her on first base. So runners at first and second now, as Gonzalez is on the mound for Portales. And Gonzalez pitched the first game for Portales as well. So Gonzalez back on the mound after the break between games. Sienna DePorto, the catcher, up to the plate. Runners at first and second. First pitch comes in over the corner, a nice fastball, and it's call strike. So 0-1 is the count now. So 2 outs, 2 on, top of the first inning. No score yet. 0-1 the count on DePorto. She swings at that. It's going to be a hit into shallow right field. Should score 1. The throw goes into second base. And it is going to hold DePorto to a single. She has an RBI single, though.
Now batting 7, Annalie Chavarria.
So that scores Morales from second. And Bell goes to second. DePorto on first. They'll have a courtesy runner for DePorto. And I think that is, I'm trying to see her number 18. Thank you very much. So Sabra Sanchez is the runner at first. So Sanchez on first, Bell on second, Annalie Chavarria, your left fielder at the plate, and a swing and a miss, a high fly ball going out under this phrase, and she catches it, and third out. So a long fly ball. Chavarria gives it a ride and a try, but a fly out to center for the third out. And Lovington manages to get 1 run across on 2 hits. And there were no errors and 2 left on base. So one run across, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the first inning, and Lovington off to the races with a 1-0 start, a 1-0 lead. And that's going to bring up the Portales Lady Rams to the plate. Their first at-bat. Let me set the field for you. For Lovington, Daphne Urahara is on the mound. DePorto behind the plate. Bell is on first. Morales on second. Corral, that is A. Corral, which is Angelina Corral. on third. Hernandez at short. Chavarria in left, Marquez in center, and Chloe Corral out in right field for Lovington. So Lovington doing a fair amount of shifting as Lainey Urahara pitched and won the first game 14-1. And now sister Daphne Urahara takes the mound in this second game of the doubleheader. Lovington wants to win both of these games here in Portales. They are makeup games for a windy day last week, so they were pushed to today. So we go to the bottom of the first inning. Up first will be number 7, Cashlyn Fraze, your center fielder.
Number 7, Cashlyn Fraze.
So bottom of the first, 1-0 your score, Lovington leading. First at bat, Fraze wanting to get something started for Portales, and she watches the first one come in low and inside for ball 1. 0-1 the count, or 1-0 the count, rather. 1-0 the count on Fraze. Daphne Urahara on the mound, DePorto behind the plate. And a swing and a foul for strike 1. Evens up the count. That looked like it was going to come in and be a little inside, but Fraze caught it with the inside of her bat, just above her hands. 1-1 the count. No outs, nobody on. She starts to show bunt, pulls the bat back. 2-1 the count now. So 1-0 is your score here. Lovington sent up 6 batters in their first at bat. Oh, shows bunt and leaves the bat down. It's call strike 2. She left the bat down, made no contact. So 2-2 the count on Fraze. Leadoff batter playing center field, where she has been pretty busy the last game and made a nice catch out there a few minutes ago. Oh, Daphne Urahara sending a changeup over, and Fraze way ahead of it. So strikeout for out 1.
15, Celia Aguirre.
Urahara with her first strikeout. But Fraze going down swinging. Brings up number 15, Cydia Aguirre, to the plate, your second baseman. So 1 out, nobody on. So try to get the score bug back to 0-0 as far as the count goes. Let me get it back to 0-1 since that first pitch came in and is a strike. So 0-1 the count on Aguirre. And that's going to be outside for ball number 1 as DePorto, doing her best to frame that up, brought it back over the plate, trying to convince the ump maybe it was a strike. It was a fast ball, just a little outside. Evens it up 1-1. Swing and a miss as Urahara took a little speed off that, but still had some nice movement on it. Kind of broke over the plate late. Aguirre, swing and a miss, 1-2 the count. As Daphne Urahara, sister to Lainey, on the mound. Lainey threw the first game. And a swing and a ground ball over to Hernandez. She picks it up, fires to first. Nice throw. 6-3, scored in the book for the second out.
Got it for the Rams. Number 5, Kylie Brenda.
That brings up number 12, that brings up number 5, actually. Miley Banda to the plate. Left-handed batter, playing left field. Swing and a high fly ball coming under it is Hernandez at short. She catches that, hangs on to it for the third out. So a pop to the shortstop for the third out. So 1, 2, 3, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. We go to the top of the second inning, and Lovington leads 1-0. We'll be back with more Lady Cats softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. In the bottom of the second inning, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to the top of the second. Lovington batting. Coming up first is Jocelyn O'Gean, designated player. She played first base in the first game. First pitch to her is going to be high and outside for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count. O'Gean bats 7th in the lineup for Lovington. Lovington making a significant number of changes in their lineup and in their fielding. Gonzalez on the mound pitching her second game. She was the pitcher in the first game also for Portales. Hinderleiter behind the plate. Second ball is high and outside for ball 2. Aguirre is on second, Roland on third, Ornelas at short, Banda in left, Fraze in center, Long in right. And a strike and a hit. A high fly ball to left field. Banda coming under that. Making a good catch out in left field, and unfortunately for O'Gean, robbing her. So a fly out to left field for the first out. So 1 out, nobody on. Number 5, Layla Hernandez, the shortstop for Lovington, up to the plate. Lovington with a 1-0 lead in this game so far. And that's going to be a dirt ball, going to be inside and hit Hernandez on the foot. So hit by pitch. Puts Hernandez on first. Hernandez did a little bit of a dance to try to get out of the way, but it did hit her. That brings up number 14, Chloe Corral, right fielder. She's playing right in this game. Reyes played right in the first game. First pitch comes in, a fastball over the inside corner. Call, strike 1.
Yeah! Good shot. Way to be, Hinderdoodle.
Hinderleiter makes the throw down and gets Layla Hernandez, catches her off base. So after Hernandez reached on a hit by pitch, she's thrown out at first on a 2-3 throw by Hinderleiter. So Corral still at the plate. 0-1 the count. Fouled back out of play to the right for strike number 2. So 0-2 the count. 2 outs now, nobody on. Corral, the bottom of the batting order for Lovington. Marquez on deck and Morales in the hole. And a ground ball to Ornelas at short. She makes the throw and throws her out. 6-3 for the third out. So Lovington goes 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We're going to go to the bottom of the second inning. Your score 1-0. Lovington leading here in Portales. We'll have more Lovington Sports on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball from Portales, Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com, where you're watching and listening to the game. In the top of the second inning, Lovington had no hits, no runs, no errors, nobody left on base. So we go to the bottom of the second, and coming up to the plate is Portales. Batters 4, 5, and 6, the heart of the order for Portales. Number 12, Kenzie Rowland to the plate. She hits the first pitch she sees, pulls it way left. She was way in front of that for strike one. So 0-1 the count on Rowland. Bottom of the second, Lovington is leading this one 1-0. And a swing and a miss as Daphne Urahara on the mound gave her a little bit of a change up, and Rowland swung a little over it. So 0-2 the count, and a little line drive to shortstop. Hernandez picks it up, fires to first, and I really thought that might take kind of a funny hop that bounced right in front of Hernandez. It was almost a line drive, but she played that very well. So 6-3 for the first out. Brings number 11, Emma Long, to the plate. Long is playing right field in this game. In the previous game, Long played third base. And in that previous game, Long, and she hits it on the ground to Hernandez at shortstop. Again, makes the stop. The good throw. Throw a little low. Bell grabbed it and hung on to it. So
14.
2 outs now.
Garcia.
2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the second inning. Number 14, Adriana Garcia, your batter. She's playing first base in this game. Nobody on, 2 outs. First pitch is going to be outside for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count. As Portales trying to get something going here, trying to get a 2-out rally going. Garcia with a swing, and I think she got just a piece of it. Fouled it back to the backstop to the right. 1-1 the count. Count even on Garcia now. 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the second. Oh, and that ball just missed low and inside for ball number 2. So 2-1 the count. Daphne Urahara on the mound, DePorto behind the plate, Bell on first, Morales on second, Angelina Carell on third, Hernandez at short. And Urahara bringing the heat, but just missed the outside corner for ball 3. So 3-1 the count now. Lovington faithful didn't like that call, but it was just a smidge outside. So 3-1 the count. Portales making noise. And a beautiful pitch. And Garcia spoils it off. It's a pop foul off to the right, goes out of play. Bell at first gave it an eye. Thought she might have a chance at it, but out of play. So that brings the count full. 3-2 now on Garcia. 3-2 the count. Lovington not wanting to put on any runners if they can help it. That's spoiled off as well. Garcia hanging tough at the plate, protecting the plate with 2 strikes on her, full count.
Win it, Adri, win it.
That ball rolls off to the dugout, but nobody on. No harm. Full count, 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the second inning. Lovington leads 1-0. Portales wanting to get something started. Garcia way in front of that pitch. Pulls it over. Pulls it over to the left as Chavarria out in left field throws that in. So count remains full, 3-2. Two outs, nobody on. Second of a doubleheader here. And that's going to be low and inside as Urahara loses her and puts her on with a walk. That's the first walk issued by Daphne Urahara. She has 1 strikeout as well. 2 outs, 1 on. Number 23, Bailey Hinderleiter, the catcher.
23, Bailey Hinderleiter.
Hinderleiter's first appearance in this game. She's the catcher. She caught the first game as well. And Hinderleiter had a hit in that game, in the earlier game. She was 1 for 2 with a single. Watches the first pitch come in. It is a strike. So 0-1 is your count. If I can get this back to 0. There you go. So 0-1 the count. That's going to be low and inside. So 1-1 is the count. 1-1 the count on Hinderleiter. 2 outs, 1 on. Bottom of the second. Lovington leading by 1. Oh, and a hit. That's going to get stopped. Bell is going to go back to first, touch it herself. So a ground out to the first baseman unassisted is the 3rd out. So 4 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. So we're going to go to the top of the 3rd inning. Lovington leading 1-0. We'll have more Lovington Lady Cats softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
After 2.
Welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball in Portales as we go to the top of the 3rd inning, and
Avery Marquez.
Lovington leads 1-0. And a much closer, tighter game. This second game of the doubleheader. This time last game, the score was already 8-1, and right now it's 1-0. Top of the 3rd, and coming up, top of the order, Avery Marquez batting first. First pitch comes in low in the dirt for ball 1. 1-0 is the count. And that's going to be inside for ball 2. So 2-0 the count. Gonzalez on the mound. She pitched the first game as well. It was a 5-inning game, run-ruled game. Gonzalez on the mound. Hinderleiter behind the plate. Garcia at first. Aguirre at second. Rowland at third. Ornelas at short. Banda in left. Frazen center. Oh, and a line drive to Ornelas. She goes to her knees to snag that one. Hangs on to it for out number 1. So a line drive.
Batting number 4.
To 6 is the first out. It brings up number 4, Honey Morales, your second baseman. She got on a fielder's choice bunt her last time up. And the first pitch, she hits it well out between center and right field. That's a hit. It's falling in. Fraze comes over and makes the throw. And a good throw from Fraze to Ornelas, who comes over to grab that, but no tag, no came in just a hair late. So Honey Morales with a stand-up double is on second base. So Morales on second. Number 3, Angelina Corral, third baseman, up. She had a line drive to the third baseman her first time up. So she's 0 for 1. 1 out, 1 on. First pitch is in, just a little high for ball 1. It was over the plate on the outside corner. Ump said it was high, 1-0, and Morales out in scoring position for Lovington on second base, but 1 out. And a fastball comes in. A grounder is going to find its way as Ornelas makes a nice play on it. She's able to knock it down, throws over to the third, not in time as Morales slides in safely. And Corral Corral is on first on a fielder's choice. So runners at the corners for Lovington. And number 77, Alexa Bell, first baseman, is up at the plate, right-handed batter. She hit a solo homer in the previous game this afternoon. First pitch is in and 1 ball. So 1 out, 2 on, 1-0 the count. As a throw down to Morales sends her scrambling back safely. Runners at the corners for Lovington. And that pitch is inside and low for ball 2. 2-0 is the count. Bell with a 2-0 count. And the pitch comes in, and she hits a hot grounder out of reach of Rowland at third base, and it's going to score 1. So Bell with an RBI single brings in Morales from third. And Corral goes to second. Bell is on first. And number 10, Sienna DePorto, your catcher, up at the plate. So still 1 out. 1 out, 2 on. DePorto had an RBI single and got stranded her first time out. Well, that's out of the park. That's out of here. Oh, yeah, that's over the fence. Left field. DePorto with a 2-run. DePorto with a 2-run home run. No, a 3. That's right. Corral was on second. Bell was on first. It is a 3-run home run. DePorto parked it and brings in Corral from second and Bell from first. So your score now is 5-1. 5-0. 5-0. Come on. No. What? No. Box cast. There it is. Come on. Having a little trouble with my box cast skipped around, so getting it back to the score. So still 1 out, nobody on. And Ali Chavarria at the plate. First pitch is in, high and outside for ball number 1. Chavarria looked at it, didn't offer. Chavarria in left field. She hit a fly out to center field her first time up. She's 0 for 1. One and 0. And she looks at that one. She flinched. She should have offered. That was a fastball right over the inside corner. So 1-1 is your count. There's nothing like a home run as a pitcher. You just usually it makes you bear down. It's aggravating. And you just oftentimes sizzle a few in there after that. Just like that. But it's hit just as hard right up the middle. So Chavarria with a single. A grounder right up the middle is on first. 1 out. Number 9, Jocelyn O'Keen. O'Keen, the designated player. She played first base in the first game. She hit a fly out to left field her first time up. She's 0 for 1 in this game. So 1 out. 1 on. O'Keen at the plate. 4 across the plate for Lovington in this at-bat. As it was a very tight. Oh, and that's gonna hang up in Gonzalez's hand and be high. So Chavarria is going to take second base on the wild pitch. Chavarria in scoring position now for Lovington. Reached on a single, stole second on the wild pitch, or took second base on the wild pitch, and it's 1-0. Little pop fly headed back for it is Aguirre, and she does get back and grab that one. A pop out to the second baseman for the second out.
Now batting number 5, Layla Hernandez.
So 2 outs, 1 runner on second base. Number 5, Layla Hernandez, the shortstop, up to the plate. She got hit by a pitch. And then got thrown out by the catcher. Got caught off base in her last at-bat. She's 0 for 1. 2 outs, 1 runner on. And she swings at the first one. It's a dribbler off to third base. Rowland picks it up, fires over, and gets her. So 5-3 in the scorebook for the third out. That ends the Lovington at bat, but not before they put 4 across to bring the score to 5-0. 5-0 as we go to the bottom of the third inning. Lovington leading this one more. Lovington Lady Cat Softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to more Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. Thank you very much for watching and listening as Lovington
Now batting for the Rams, number 16, Jason Mitchell.
Lovington put 4 runs across on 4 hits, no errors, 1 left on base in the top of the third. So we are in the bottom of the third. Portales coming back up to bat, about bottom of the order. Number 16, Kason Mitchell, and she hits it to second base as Honey Morales knocks it down. It goes behind her, between her legs, and she loses the handle on it. So Kason Mitchell reaches, hitting the first pitch she saw, and an E4 puts her on base, brings up number 3, Olivia Gonzalez. Olivia, the pitcher, batting ninth. Bottom of the order for Portales, shows bunt. And there's a throw down to second, and in time as that throw, DePorto right on with it. So DePorto throws Mitchell out at second, 2-6 on the attempted stolen base. And I believe that was a ball as Gonzalez put the bat down like a bunt. I didn't think she pulled it back up in time, but I think the ump called it a ball. So 1-0 is the count. 1 out. And this pitch is a good pitch, but it is a little inside and low for ball number 1. So 1-1 the count. I think Daphne Odahara, the pitcher, thought that might have been close enough to be called a strike. You win some, you lose some as a pitcher. That's how it is. And that is a little inside for ball number 2. 2-1 as well. The challenge is to not let it get in your head as it's out of your control. You put the best pitches you can up there. And that's going to be high and inside as Gonzalez works the walk. So Gonzalez is on first.
Number 7, Ashlyn Graves.
So Gonzalez working the walk. 1 out. Bottom of the third. Portales.
Here we go, Cash.
I don't know. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Adjusting my levels here. Adjusting my levels. And, okay. There we go. And just a little hit, little swinging bunt, you might say. And fielding that's Daphne Udahara on the mound. As she throws over to first. It does move the runner, though, as Gonzalez moves to second. But Fraze with a bunt is thrown out 1-3, second out. And that is going to bring up number 15, Siria Aguirre, the second baseman, to the plate. She grounded out to shortstop her first time up. And that pitch is going to be just a little outside for ball one. So my score bug is just jumping all over the place. So 2 outs. Aguirre on at the plate. A little blooper back out to Urahara. She fields it, throws over to first base, makes the third out. So 4 up, 3 down. And no runs, no hits, no error, 1 error. 1 left on base. So no hit, no runs on no hits, 1 error, 1 left on base. We're still 5-0. We'll go to the top of the 4th inning. Lovington coming up to bat. We'll have more Lovington Lady Cat softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Portales, the second of a doubleheader here with Lovington coming up to bat in the top of the 4th inning. It's the bottom of the lineup for Lovington. Number 14, Chloe Corral, your right fielder up at the plate. Left-handed batter. Awaiting on deck, Avery Marquez, your leadoff hitter, and Morales in the hole. Lovington leads 5-0. A little slap is going to lay a little bunt down the third base line. And, oh, yeah, Corral, very speedy, beats out the bunt. So a bunt single. Little slap bunt single puts Chloe Corral on first base. And top of the order, number 3, Avery Marquez, your center fielder up to the plate, right-handed batter. She hit a line drive to the shortstop her last time up. She hit a single and then got thrown out at third her first time up. She's 1 for 2. 1 for 2. No outs. 1 runner on. Top of the 4th inning, and that's going to be high and outside for ball 1. Hinderleiter throws down as Corral scrambles back safely to first. As Garcia at first catches but loses the ball, but no harm. So Marquez on first, or rather Chloe Corral on first. Marquez with a little bloop pop is caught by Gonzalez on the mound. So Corral stays on first. Marquez with a little pop out to the pitcher for out number 1. 1 out, 1 on. Morales, second baseman, up to the plate. She had a double and scored her last time up. Got on a fielder's choice her first time up. So she's 1 for 2. And swings at this one, a high fly ball headed out for right field. Emma Long comes in on it, but it's just a shallow hit. Long does field that, makes a throw in to third base. Rowland catches that, so it's going to hold Morales to a single, and it does hold Corral at second. So Morales with a single is on first base. 1 out, 2 on. And number 3, Angelina Corral, your third baseman at the plate. One out, 2 on, runners at first and second. Lovington leads this one 5-0. We're in the top of the 4th inning. Second game of a doubleheader. First pitch comes in. It's a soft one. A little high and outside. Corral looked at it, flinched, but didn't offer. 1-0. 1-0 your count. 1 out. As the shadow's getting very long across the field now, and that comes in high, but they throw down to third base. Are they going to get her? Yes. The ump takes a minute, looks at it, and wait a minute. He wants a second opinion on this. He took a long time looking at that. He took a long time to look at it. Now he wants to confer with the home plate ump. He initially said that he thought she might be out. Corral got up and stayed on third. And now the ump says, nope, you are out. So that throw gets Morales, not Corral. That was Morales. Corral, yes, that was Corral. Corral trying to steal third.
Now batting 13.
Morales is on second. She moved over in the throw and the confusion, but the lead runner is out. That was Corral thrown out at third. 2-5. So 2 outs. 0-1 the count on Angelina Corral at the plate. And a high pop fly coming under it, calling for it is Ornelas, the shortstop, and she grabs it. So Lovington threatens but comes up short as they score no runs on 2 hits. There were no errors and 1 left on base. So no runs on 2 hits, no errors, 1 left on. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th inning with Portales coming back up to the plate. Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com is where you're watching and listening the Lovington Lady Wildcats play. We'll be back with more. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan as we move to the bottom of the 4th inning. Bottom of the 4th inning. Lovington in charge of this one, 5-0. And coming up to the plate, number 5, Miley Banda, the left fielder. She popped out to the shortstop her first time up, is 0-1. Left-handed batter. First pitch is in. And it's a ball. So 1-0 the count on Banda. As a Lovington looking to try to get their second win of the day in this one, but this is far from over. They're ahead 5-0. But even with 5 runs on, Portales is the kind of team where you feel like you're not comfortable until the last out. And Banda hits a nice one. It's off the glove. Oh boy. As it's off the glove of Angelina Corral at third base. And then Hernandez picked it up, made a throw. The throw a little bit off, but it bounced off the Portales dugout and came back. So Banda made a good play, picking that off of the glove. As really, that was just kind of, I hate to write that down, but it is an E5.
Now batting for the Rams.
And a hit by pitch. Kinsey Rowland on first. So Banda reached on an E5, and now she's on second base. Rowland on first. And Emma Long, number 11, your right fielder, up to the plate. She grounded out to the shortstop her last time up. She's 0-for-1. A little timeout. Coach McCraw in the circle with his girls. As no outs, runners on first and second. Lovington ahead 5-0, but Lovington does not want to give Portales a chance to get their bats really cooking and wants to kind of shut things down, have his team sit Just kind of settle down, settle into it, worry about getting outs, not worry so much about the fact they've let 2 runs on. Just settled back into it. So no outs, 2 on, long at the bat. Portales would like to have a breakout at bat here and get some runs across. Lovington would like to shut them down. And that is going to be a hit right up the middle. It'll be a base hit, and everybody will be safe as Marquez made a good play out in center field. She came in on it and stopped it, threw in, but the throw was a little off target, and everybody is safe. So Portales has loaded them up long with a single. Sits on first, Roland on second, Banda on third, and number 14, Adriana Garcia at the plate. Garcia, your first baseman. She walked and got stranded her last time up, so she's 0 for 1. And no outs, bases loaded. That's a good thing. It's a force on any base, and that is going to be a call, strike 1, right over the inside corner. So 0-1 the count on Garcia. No outs, bases loaded. Portales behind 5-0, but they are threatening to change that right here. And Lovington wants to get him out, and that is going to be a call, strike 1 on the outside corner. And DePorto throws down to third to try to get Banda off base. Banda scrambles back safely. So 0-2 is the count on Garcia now. No outs, bases loaded. Lovington wanting to shut things down. And this swing and a miss. So it was probably going to be a call strike on the outside corner. So first out, and that's strikeout number 2 for Urahara. And that brings up number 23, Bailey Hinderleiter, to the plate. She grounded out to the first baseman her first time up. She's 0 for 1 in this game. 1 out, bases loaded, force on any base. Could get a double playable ball. And that's going to come in low and inside for ball number 1 as Hinderleiter kind of moves back. 1 out, bases loaded. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning, and Lovington leads this one 5-0. Looking to try to get out of this. And that's going to be called strike on the outside corner. So 1-1 is your count. 1-1 the count. 1-1 the count on Hinderleiter, catching. Back-to-back games. And swing and a miss as Urahara threw a changeup on the outside corner. So Hinderleiter with a 1-2 count on her. Bases loaded. Lovington would... It'll be interesting to see if Lovington just goes for the out or tries to cut off. Oh, and that's call, strike 3 on the outside corner. So call, strike 3. Second strike, third strikeout for Urahara. That's 2 outs now. Number 16, Kaysen Mitchell. Mitchell is the designated player for Portales. And Mitchell reached on an error and then got thrown out at second base her last time up. So she is 0 for 1. 2 outs now. And swing and a miss for strike 1. So 0-1 the count.
You got this, Pank. Let's go.
0-1 on Mitchell. 2 outs, bases loaded. Bottom of the 4th inning. And a swing and a foul off to the right as Urahara with a fastball over the outside corner. And Mitchell just a little late on it, hit it off the end of her bat over to the Portales dugout. 0-2 the count. And, that's going to be outside for ball 1. It gets away from DePorto a little bit, but Urahara comes in to cover home plate. Everybody stays where they are. 1-2 the count now. 2 outs, bases loaded, as Portales would love to have a breakout at bat here. And Mitchell catches a piece of it to stay alive at the bat. 1-2 the count still. Fouls that one off to the right. protecting the plate. As Daphne Urahara on the mound looking to try to get out of this without any damage done. And that's called strike. Oh, yeah, that was over the inside corner, a beautiful pitch. And a call strike 3. So 3 straight strikeouts by Urahara. And that ends the threat by Portales as they send 5 up and 3 down. No runs on 1 hit, 1 error, and 3 left on base. They leave them loaded in the bottom of the 4th inning. And we're going to go to the top of the 5th inning with Lovington leading this one 5-0. More Lovington Lady Wildcats softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to more Lovington Lady Wildcats softball from Portales. I'm Dawn Morgan, and you're watching and listening on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. We go to the top of the 5th inning. In the bottom of the 4th, Portales threatens but comes up empty with no runs on 1 hit, 1 error, 3 left on base. And the heart of the order coming up for Lovington, number 77, Alexa Bell. Coming up, she hits at the first one she sees and fouls it off to the left for strike 1. So 0-1 the count on Bell, your leadoff hitter in this at-bat. She hits cleanup in the 4th position for Lovington. She's playing first base in this game. On deck is DePorto and Chavarria in the hole. 0-1 the count. No outs, nobody on, and that's going to be low and inside for ball number 1. So 1-1 on Bell. Second of a doubleheader here. Lovington won the first one 14-1. They're ahead in this one 5-0. This will close out the regular season for Lovington. And a long, well-hit ball going out to deep left. Is it over? Is it over? It is! That is the second solo homer that Bell has hit today. Let me make sure that was a solo homer yes, it was in the first game, and this one is her second. And that's going to make the score 6-0 now. And that's going to bring up DePorto to the plate. DePorto to the plate, Chavarria on deck, Holguin in the hole.
Now batting 10, Sienna DePorto.
And DePorto, the catcher for Lovington. She hit a 3-run home run her last time up. She had an RBI single and got stranded her first time up. So no outs, nobody on. DePorto to the plate. Top of the 5th inning here. DePorto, a sizzler ground ball between short and third. Gets out there, but Banda makes a good stop and a good throw in. She's going to hold her to a single, but a screamer for DePorto. And Chavarria comes up. She had a single and got stranded her last time up. She hit a fly out to center field her first time up, so she's 1 for 2. Third plate appearance. No outs, 1 on. Six to nothing your score now. That's a good pitch, a call, yes. He's, I don't have a problem with the ump bending the corners a little bit as long as it's consistent. He does it for both teams. And that catches the outside corner for strike number 1. So 0-1 the count. And he has been pretty consistent calling that outside corner. That's going to be 2 outside and high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. One and one the count. 1 on. Nobody out. The field lights have come on. Beautiful sunset as we look straight out to center field. Ooh, and there's a high pop fly. Coming under it is Banda in left field. She's got it. And that's going to hold DePorto on first. So Chavarria gives it a ride, but a fly out to left field.
Number 9, Jocelyn Holguin.
It's the first out. DePorto's, or actually it's a courtesy runner for DePorto on first. I think that is Sanchez on first. Courtesy running for DePorto. Jocelyn Holguin, the designated player at the plate. Holguin played first in the first game. That's going to be high and outside for ball 1. So 1-0 the count. 1-0 the count. 1 out. 1 on. Portales looking to try to shut Lovington down and hold them at the 1 run this inning. That comes in low and inside for ball number 2. So 2-0 on Holguin. Lovington wants to extend their at-bat, pad their lead. Pretty good crowd here. People sitting out beyond the fence and in lawn chairs around the backstop. And the stands pretty full as well. As Hinderleiter throws down to first to keep Sanchez on first. She's back safely. The speedy Sanchez trying to move around the bases, and that is a call, strike 1 on the outside corner again. So 3-1 is your count now. 3-1 as Gonzalez throws the strike when she has to, puts it over. And fouled back for strike number 2 as Holguin catches a piece of it again off the end of her bat. As Gonzalez spins one, a faster ball on the outside corner. Counts full now, 3-2. 1 runner on, 1 out. And a swing and a foul keeps Holguin alive at the plate. Full count remains. Holguin popped out to the second baseman and hit a fly out to left field, so she's 0 for 2. Third plate appearance. And she hits this one, a fly ball going out to left field, and Banda reaches up, grabs that one, makes a good throw in, and that's going to hold Sanchez on first. So Holguin gives it a ride. A long fly ball, though, caught by Banda. That's her second catch in a row out there in left field. 2 outs now, 1 runner on. Courtesy runner on first for DePorto, who hit that single. Layla Hernandez, your shortstop, up to the plate. She's 0 for 2 as well. And that's going to be high for ball 1. And Hinderleiter with a throw down to first, trying to get Sanchez off the bag. She scrambles back, just makes it back. 1-0 the count now on Hernandez. Hernandez 0 for 2 at the bat, but she has fielded a lot of balls in this game and has played a very good defensive game in this one and the first game today. Oh, chases a high one, swing and a miss. So 1-1 the count on Hernandez. Another throw down to first, trying to keep Sanchez on first. 1-1 your count. 2 outs. Top of the 5th inning. Lovington batting. 1 run across so far in this at-bat. 1 runner on as Gonzalez on the mound, checking her notes on her arm. And that one's going to be just a little high and outside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count. Hernandez at bat. Corral is on deck, bottom of the order, and then Mark is in the hole, top of the order, if we get that far. And Lovington wants to. Swing and a miss for strike 2 as Hernandez under that. Gonzalez varying her speed a little bit. Hernandez cutting a little under it and a little bit late. 2-2 the count on her. Got to be protecting the plate now with 2 strikes on her. And that's going to come in low and inside. Actually, it's going to hit her, I believe. So a hit by pitch. So Sanchez takes second. No. That was a strike. No. It's just he called it a ball. I thought it was a hit by pitch. She thought it was I guess she thought the count was 3-2. So now it is. And now it's a walk. So Hernandez, now she gets to take her base. I was thinking it wasn't a ball, but a hit by pitch. So now we're all on the same page. So runners on first and second, 2 outs. Bottom of the order, Chloe Corral playing right field up to the plate. She is 0 for, no, she had a bunt single her last time up, got stranded. And she hits this, a swinging bunt really. And Gonzalez comes out of the circle to get it, but by the time she can get to it, there's no play. So not an error, it just becomes an infield single. Puts Corral on first and loads the bases. So Sanchez on third, Hernandez on second, Corral on first. After that little swinging bunt, it's just a little blooper and nothing you can do. When it takes a long time to develop, you can't get to it. There's just no play, no throw in time. Mark is up to the plate, leadoff batter. That's going to be inside for ball 1. But a lot of sizzle and pop in the glove as Gonzalez, a little aggravated, I think, bearing down, throwing a fastball. 1-0 the count. And a long fly ball is going to hit out between left and center. Kind of got hung up, I guess, just a little bit in the wind. And there's a throw into second base. It's going to score 2. So it scores Sanchez from third and then scores Hernandez from second. It sends Corral over to third and Marquez on first. So a 2 RBI single for Marquez. 2 RBI single, 2 more runs in, makes it 8-0 now, and brings up Honey Morales to the plate. She swings a high fly ball coming in on it as long in right field and makes a good catch for the third out. So a fly out as Morales gave it a ride, but fly out to right field for the third out ends Lovington's at bat. Not before they put 3 runs across, though. So Lovington with 3 runs on 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. There were no errors and 2 left on base. So we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th inning, and Lovington leads this one 8-0. We'll be back with more Lovington Lady Wildcat softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Now batting for the Rams, number 3,
Olivia Gonzalez.
In the top of the 5th inning, Lovington put 3 runs across on 4 hits. There were no errors, 2 left on base. And we go to the bottom of the 5th. Portales up to the plate. And it's the heart of their order, or the bottom of their order, rather. Bottom of the order with number 3, Olivia Gonzalez, the pitcher, up to the plate. First pitch is in, and it is a ball. So 1-0 on Gonzalez, who walked her last time up. She got stranded. hits a well-hit ball out into left field and playing in shallow. The fielders really have pulled in, and all the fielders are playing pretty shallow as Chavarria comes in maybe 1 or 2 steps on it, grabs it. So a fly out to left field is the first out. Top of the order has number 7, Cashlyn Fraze, the center fielder, up to the plate. She struck out her first time up and got thrown out on a bunt her second time. She's 0 for 2. Hits this one, a little pop, and that's going to fall, but go foul as Bell comes in on it and almost touched it too soon as it fell just outside the first base line and just becomes a long strike one, or a pop strike one, rather. So 0-1 the count. There's a little pop foul, almost caught. 1 out, nobody on. That's going to hit the inside corner for call, strike 2. Nice pitch. As Urahara brings a little breaking ball, a little fastball, will be a slider in baseball, really, over the inside corner. 0-2 the count. Frey's got to be protecting the plate, and she does. Hits a grounder to Hernandez. Oh, and even Hernandez is not going to have it in time, and I got to agree, it was close, but it just was not in time.
Now batting number 15, Celia Aguirre.
And it was a very close play, and that was a great play. I mean, Hernandez is a very good shortstop. She stopped that ball and made a very good throw at the last minute, but just not quite in time to catch Frey. So Aguirre up to the plate. She hits the first one she sees. It's a high fly ball, and it's Hernandez coming under it. Looked like it was headed to the outfield, but it hung up in the air just a little bit. So a pop to the shortstop for the second out. So Aguirre pops out to the shortstop, and that keeps Fraze at first base. Brings up Miley Banda, your left fielder, to the plate. She reached on an error and got stranded her last time up. She popped out to the shortstop her first time up, so she's 0 for 2. First pitch is in, and it's a ball, so 1-0 the count. 2 outs, 1 on. Bottom of the 5th inning. Portales trailing 8-0. Banda up to the plate, and she hits a grounder. That's going to go to shortstop. Hernandez, and an uncharacteristic bad throw is going to mean that they're safe. So Hernandez pulled Morales off the bag. And, I was just bragging on Hernandez. She doesn't make many errors there at shortstop. But an E6 is going to put Banda on. And on the throw, Fraze makes it all the way to third base. So Banda is at first. Fraze is at third. Runners at the corners. 2 outs, though. There are 2 outs. And that brings Rowland to the plate. She swings at the first one she sees, hits it off the end of her bat, fouls it off to the right for strike 1. 0-1 the count. Runners at the corners for Portales. 2 outs. They'd like to get a 2-out rally going and try to at least break the shutout. It's 8-0. Lovington would like to shut them down here and get the 3rd out. I believe there's a timeout. I don't know why. Maybe some lights in the outfield, something. Play ball as number 12, Kinsey Rowland, to the plate for Portales. She was hit by pitch and got stranded her last time up, grounded out to the shortstop her first time up. She's 0 for 2. And hits the first one she sees. It's a hot grounder. It's going to find its way between third and short, but Chavarria fields that one and throws it in, not before it scores. Fraze from third base. So 1 run across for Portales spoils the shutout here. Still, Lovington has an 8-1 lead, 2 outs. And Rowland with the RBI single is on first. And that's going to be the inside corner as a strike. So 0-1 the count. Runners at first and second. And Long swinging at the second one, way in front of it.
Not his.
So
Protect.
0-2 the count. As a solid shot, but goes foul for Long. Long had a single and got stranded her last time up. Grounded out her first time up. She's 1 for 2. And hits the end of that one. It's barely going to roll foul. Oh! And no play as Bell made the mistake. Yep, she's saying, my bad, my fault, my bad. She had it and just needed to be able to get up and tag the runner or toss it behind her as Morales was coming over to cover the bag. So an E3 is going to put Long on, and it loads the bases for Portales as Banda is on third, Roland on second, Long on first, reaching on the error. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Adriana Garcia, the first baseman, up to the plate.
Good night, kid.
So 1-0 the count. First pitch, a ball, 1-0. Bases loaded for Portales, but 2 outs, force on any base. As Portales has put 1 across, spoiled the shutouts, 8-1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And that is going to be just outside for ball number 1. So 1-2 is your count. Oh no, it's 2-2. Sorry, 2-2 the count on Garcia. And a little foul ball is going to, it's going to be caught as Bell makes up for her error on the previous ball. She goes over at a dead run and catches it right in front of Portales, right in front of the dugout. It hits right in front of the dugout, and now the Portales coach is going to argue, saying it hit the dugout first. That becomes a dead ball. But we'll see if the umpire says it was caught before it hit. So it may be that she used her glove right there against the dugout. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and in the top of the 5th inning, or the bottom of the 5th inning, rather, Portales put 1 run on. 1 run on 2 hits, 2 errors, 3 left on base. They left them loaded, but they did spoil the shutout. It's 8-1 right now in the top of the 6th inning. Lovington at bat. The heart of their order, Angelina Corral batting third. Up to the plate, and the first pitch is a strike. So 0-1 is the count on Corral. 8-1 your score. And that's going to come in low for ball number 1. 1-1 the count. It was over the inside corner, but just a little low. So Corral trying to get something started here for Lovington. They lead this one by 7, but they'd like to increase that lead. And that's a ball, little high. 2-1 the count. So 2-1 on Corral. First batter up. Nobody on, nobody out. There's a high fly ball, and out to Fraze. She moves over a couple of steps from center in her spot in center field to catch that one.
Alexa Bell.
So a fly out to center field for the first out brings up number 77, Alexa Bell, to the plate, playing first base. And Bell had a solo home run her last time up, had an RBI single her second time up, was hit by pitch her first time up. She's 2 for 3. And that's going to come in inside for ball number 1. So top of the 6th inning, 1 out, nobody on. 1-0 the count on Bell. That's 8-1 is your score here. Lovington leading, second of a doubleheader. And a high pop as Hinderleiter is looking up. She doesn't know. She lost it in the lights, wasn't sure where it went, and not able to see that. Gonzalez came in from the circle, also trying to get to it in time, but it just becomes a strike. So 1-1 the count. 1-1 the count. That ball just went straight up. And Bell now hits a choppy grounder over to Ornelas at short. It takes a funny hop. You know, I don't score that as an error because it took such a funny hop. She was down on it, she was ready for it, and it just hopped. And sometimes that just happens. So I'm not going to put an E6. It's just an infield single. Just one of those unplayable balls. Puts Bell on first. And DePorto up to the plate. And Bell will have a courtesy runner. Oh, I'll try to catch that number. It looks like, is it 20? It looks like Myra Castro? Maybe. I think maybe it's 20. It's either Castro or Barraza. But 1 out, 1 on. DePorto had a single, a 3-run homer, and an RBI single. She's 3 for 3, the catcher for Lovington. It's right in the heart of the order. She bats 5th. Chavaria on deck, Olguin in the hole. And she looks at the first one, a little high and outside for ball number 1. 1-0 on DePorto. 1 out, 1 on. 8-1 your score. Beautiful evening. Still a little bit breezy. And she hits a hot grounder. And again, that goes to Roland. And it takes a funny bounce. And holding up at third is going to be Myra Castro. I believe that is Castro. Pinch running. Yep, it is number 20. So Castro holds up on third. She's pinch running for Bell. And DePorto stays at first. She also will have a courtesy runner. That'll be Sanchez running for DePorto. So Sanchez on first and Castro on third. Runners at the corners for Lovington. 1 out. And Ali Chavaria, your left fielder, up to the plate. She had a fly out to left field, a single, and a fly out to center field. She's 1 for 3, 4th plate appearance. Runners at the corners, 1 out. Lovington leading this one 8-1. We're in the top of the 6th inning here, second of a doubleheader in Portales. And she cracks at the first one she sees, but fouls it off out of play to the right for strike 1. 0-1 on Chavaria. It's Gonzalez on the mound for Portales, pitching back-to-back games. And that's going to be inside and in the dirt, and it gets away from Hinderleiter. I call that a pass ball, though. So a pass ball is going to score Castro from third. She comes in on the pass ball and makes it 9-1 for Lovington. And that's 2-1 the count now. Or 1-1 rather, the count. And a high fly ball coming over for it is going to be outside the fence as Long was giving it a chase. And boy, you have to think about safety. As a player, you're just intent on trying to catch the ball, and a lot of times you're not seeing a fence or something coming up on you. And she was giving it a good chase, good hustle, but out of play. So a long strike number 2 on Chavarria. And this pitch is going to be low, and it's going to get by Hinderleiter. And that's a wild pitch. That was in the dirt, and Hinderleiter just could not block that out. So a pass ball, and it puts one across the plate, and now a wild pitch puts Sanchez over on third. So a runner on third in scoring position. Chavarria at the plate. 1-2 the count, and that's going to be inside as well, and that is going to get by Hinderleiter, and that will score Sanchez from third. So another wild pitch as Gonzalez really feeling it. We'll see if there's going to be a pitching change. I feel like there might be a pitching change coming. We'll see what the coach says. Gonzalez pitching back-to-back games. And I think it's the fatigue is starting to show as well-conditioned pitchers who have a lot of strength and stamina built up from good practicing can take the punishment, but it's tough to throw back-to-back games. It just is. And you just start losing a little control. That's usually where it shows first. You don't start throwing less hard. You just start losing control. And she has done that. So we will have a pitching change. It looks like number 5 will come in for Gonzalez. Oh, the count. I have the count as 2-2. I do. I don't know that that's right, but that's what I have too. Oh, okay. You're welcome. I hope that's right. All right. So
what's your count?
Number 5, Bonda is going to come in from 2-2. All right. 3 balls, okay. 3 balls, all right. So I'm glad you checked. All right. Well, I'm sorry I wasn't right about that. So full count on Chavarria. As Bonda comes in from left, and she will take the mount. She will take the circle. And they just make a swap. Does Gonzalez go out and left? Okay.
Long went to left. Gonzalez
Okay. Thank you. Long went to left, and Gonzalez comes out and goes to right. All right. So Bonda through with her warm-up pitches. Coming in relief for Gonzalez, who pitched the first game and then well into the 6th inning in this one. So not surprising. Full count on Chavarria. Annalie with nobody on. 2 runs across in this at bat. It's 10-1 now. And Chavarria protecting the plate. Spoils that one off to the left. Count remains full. So 3-2 the count. Chavarria at the plate. And a chopper over to third base as Roland catches it and then makes a high throw, but Garcia goes up on her ladder to catch that and makes a good stretch. So credit where credit's due. A good play, a good stretch, and second out as Chavarria grounds out to the third baseman. 5-3 for the second out. Brings up Jocelyn O'Gean, designated player, to the plate. With 2 outs now. Fresh count. 2 outs. 10-1 is your score. Lovington leading, top of the 6th. And that's going to hit the outside corner for call. Strike 1. So Bonda is a left-handed player. She bats left-handed, pitches left-handed. 0-1 the count. And that's going to come in right at the letters over the plate for call. Strike 2. 0-2 the count on O'Gean, who's got to be protecting the plate now. With nobody on, 2 outs. 2 runs across the plate in this at-bat. And the third pitch is going to be called strike 3 on the inside corner. So Olguin goes down looking, and Bonda records a strikeout to end the inning. Not before Lovington puts 2 across the plate, though. So 2 runs across on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. And we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Portales coming up to bat. They are trailing, though, 10-1. More Lady Wildcats softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com coming up. Welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. In the top of the 6th inning, 2 runs on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to bottom of the 6th inning. Portales coming up to the bat. The score is 10-1, Lovington winning. And the bottom of the order for Portales, number 3, Bailey Hinderleiter, the catcher, coming up to the plate. She struck out her last time up, grounded out to the first baseman. She's 0 for 2. And first pitch is in the dirt and inside for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count. Daphne Udahara on the mound. She has struck out 4, walked 1. Udahara on the mound, DePorto behind the plate. Bell on first, Morales second, Hernandez at short. Angelina Corral. Ooh, and that, it's going to, the ump said it's a foul ball because it hit the plate. I guess she hit it and it went down before it rolled out. It stayed fair after it rolled, but it hit the plate first, so it becomes a strike. So 1-1 the count, no outs, nobody on. Hinderleiter at the plate. And that's going to be a ball inside and low for call ball 2. 2-1 the count. Mitchell is on deck. Gonzalez in the hole.
Let's go right here. Everybody back.
So into the order for Portales. And a straightaway hit up the center. Finds its way into shallow center as Marquez comes in on it. So it's going to be a single, a leadoff single for Hinderleiter. A leadoff single for Hinderleiter.
Mitchell.
And number 16, Kaysen Mitchell, the designated player to the bat. She struck out her last time out. Got on an error her first time. She's 0 for 2 in this game. Shows bunt. Lays one down, but it goes foul off to the left for strike 1. So Mitchell. And with Hinderleiter on first, coach was indicating a bunt to try to move the runner around, move him in. So 0-1 the count now on Mitchell. We'll see if she shows bunt again. She does. And she lays a bunt down. It also goes foul. She's tilting her bat just a little to the left, making a good motion down to try to kill it. But now two strikes on her. If she were.
Not his, Mitchell. Let's go.
So 0-2 the count on Mitchell. 1 on, no outs. And that's going to be inside for ball 1. So 1-2. So 1-2 the count on Mitchell.
Battle, baby, battle.
Hinderleiter on first. And a swing.
Keep swinging.
Swing a little bit late. Off to the right. So count remains 1-2. No outs. Bottom of the sixth inning here. This is the second of a doubleheader. Lovington won the first one 14-1. They lead this one 10-1. And that pitch, swing and a miss as Daphne Urahara throwing a changeup and got Mitchell to swing and strike out. So one out now.
Olivia Gonzalez.
So one out, one on. Bottom of the order, Olivia Gonzalez, the pitcher. Or she was the pitcher. She was the starting pitcher. Now playing right field. Up to the plate. She walked and had a fly out to left field. So 0 for 2. First pitch is low. And Hinderleiter on second base.
Right here, Liv.
Hey, switch places with her, babe.
So 1-0 the count. And that's going to come in high for ball 2 as Urahara bringing a little more heat. But also, it was kind of a ball that rose just a little bit. 2-0 is your count now on Gonzalez. And that's going to be just a little bit low for ball 3, low and outside. So Urahara pressures on her to throw the strike when she has to. 3-0 the count. 1 out, 1 on in scoring position. Here in bottom of the 6th. And she throws a good fast pitch over the inside corner. Yes, 3-1 is the count. Come on, 3-1. All right, and a high fly ball. Could be trouble, could be trouble. Oh, and it is as Hernandez comes under it, has it in her glove, and then drops it. So another rare error by Hernandez is going to put Gonzalez on first. So runners at first and second, 1 out. Top of the order, number 7, Cashlyn Fraze, center fielder, up to bat. As Hernandez, not sure what happened. She had it in her glove, and she even had her second hand up there to hold it in, and I don't know. She stumbled just a little bit, and I don't know what happened, but she ended up dropping that ball. All right, so we have a courtesy runner in. Courtesy runner in as what, number 13? Is that Dossie Cordova? No, is that number 3? No. No, she just Gonzalez. She's fine. She just took her place on first base. And bunt with right back to the pitcher. Urahara picks it up and fires it over as Honey Morales moves over to cover first. But it does move the runners around.
The Rams, number 15, Celia Aguirre.
So Fraze hits a sac bunt, second out, but it does move the runners over to second and third. So runners in scoring position, 2 outs, and Aguirre at the bat. She is 0 for 3. Aguirre, second baseman for Portales. Runners at second and third, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. Portales looking to get a 2-out rally going, and she cuts at that one, fouls it back to the screen. So 1-1 is the count. 1-1 on Aguirre. Popped out to the shortstop last time, grounded out to the pitcher, and grounded out to the shortstop.
All you 1-5.
And she hits, rolls foul. 1-2 is the count. 2 outs, 1-2 the count on Aguirre.
Nobody better, baby. Right here, Ma.
Second of a doubleheader here in Portales. This will close out the regular season for Lovington. And that becomes, that's an inside ball, 2-2, as Aguirre flinches and spins a little. It misses her. 2-2, counts even. 2 outs, 2 on. Bottom of the 6th, and that's going to be in the dirt. Good job by DePorto to block that out. Keep that from being a pass ball. But the count is now 3-2.
Better.
Full count as Urahara, a little mad at herself, comes up. Payoff pitch is going to be hit foul.
That's how you fight.
So Aguirre spoils one off to the right, as I think
Win
that
it right here.
certainly I think was a ball that was headed for the outside corner, could have been a call strike. So Aguirre stays alive at the plate. 3-2 count. Oh, 2 outs as I catch the score bug up there. 10-1 is your score. Lovington leading. And a swing and a shallow hit is going to fall just fair. In fact, the chalk from the line ends up sort of, you could see the chalk where the ball hit on the inside of that line and stayed fair. So a little Texas leader just behind first base ends up scoring 2. So the 2 score as Olivia Gonzalez comes in, and the pinch runner for Hinterleiter also crosses the plate. So now 10-3, 2 outs as Aguirre with a single, RBI 2 RBI single. 2 RBI single for Aguirre, and Banda up to the plate. Started out in left field, now your relief pitcher for Portales, and the first pitch comes in. It's a strike, 0-1. And that's going to be a ball to even things up. 1-1 the count. 2 outs. 1 on. As Aguirre is on first after her 2 RBI single, little blooper that hit just fair on the right field line. So ball number 2 now. 2-1 on Banda. As Portales launching a little 2-out rally here, getting 2 runs across. It's 10-3 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And Banda hits one right up the middle and hits one to Marquez. Marquez fields that. A hot grounder coming with a good throw into second. Holds Aguirre on second. Banda on first with a single. And Lovington needs to just concentrate on getting this 3rd out. As Lovington, as DePorto calls for a timeout, brings the infield in. I think DePorto's probably just reminding everybody, hey, we've got 2 outs. Just settle down, concentrate on getting the 3rd out. Don't worry about the runs. And just settle down and play your defensive game. At least that's what I think is probably going on. They just also kind of using the time to kind of try to cool off Portales a little bit. They're on a 2-out rally. Got a little momentum going. Couple of runs across.
Over here, Kenzie, baby, you are due.
Couple of base runners as well. 2 outs, 2 on. Runners on first and second. Number 12, Kinsey Rowland, third baseman, up to the plate. She had an RBI single and got stranded her last time up. She is 1 for 3.
Hey, nobody better, Kens.
Better, Kens.
Get you one. Just takes one.
So Daphne Urahara on the mound. Looking to get out of trouble here. And there's a high fly ball going out under it is Morales. Honey gets it, hangs onto it, and ends the at-bat for Portales, who launches a rally and manages to get a couple of runs across. But we're going to go to the top of the 7th inning with Lovington in the lead, 10-3, and we'll be back with more Lovington Lady Wildcats softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. All right, and welcome back to more Lovington Lady Wildcat softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. In the top of the sixth inning, Lovington, in the bottom of the sixth inning, that is, Portales scored 2 runs on 3 hits. There was 1 error, 2 left on base. And we go to the top of the seventh inning. Lovington coming up. The bottom of the order, Layla Hernandez. She hits a long fly ball. It might be out, but it is headed for deep left and long out there. It goes past her, and that's going to be a stand-up double for Layla Hernandez, who was 0 for 3 and due, and now a double puts her in scoring position. So a long hit ball, well-hit ball out to left.
Good job, babe.
And that brings up Chloe Corral, bottom of the order, the 9th batter for Lovington, batting in 9th place, that is. She is 2 for 3. She had a bunt single and got stranded, and also grounded out to Corral. So Corral up to the plate. That's going to be a call, strike 1. She nodded. She agreed. It hit the outside corner. She just did not swing at it. So no outs, runner in scoring position at second. Corral at the plate. And that's going to be right over the center of the plate for a call, strike 2. So 0-2 the count. Bonda, the pitcher, in relief for Gonzalez. No outs, 1 on, and a hit right up the middle, and that's going to score 1. Coming around is Hernandez. She will score from second, and it's an RBI single for Corral.
All right, let's go.
An RBI single straight up the middle. Corral on first. Hernandez crosses the plate. Brings up top of the order, Marquez.
Now batting 3, Avery Marquez.
So no outs, 1 on,
You're good,
1
Miley.
across, makes it 11-3. Marquez at the plate, and she hits a grounder, a hot grounder, but Ornelas has it, touches second base, gets the lead runner, and makes a good throw over to first, and just barely misses getting the double play. But Lovington able to get a runner. So Marquez on the fielder's choice is on first. They get Corral at second, 6 unassisted for the first out. So 6 unassisted, gets Corral. Marquez on first on the fielder's choice, and up at the bat, Morales. First pitch is high for ball 1, a throw by Hinderleiter down to first, but Marquez gets back safely.
Keep working, Rams.
1-0 is the count. 1 out, 1 on. Top of the 7th inning here. 11-3 your score. Lovington leading. And that's going to be high for ball 2. 2-1 the count, or 2-0 the count rather. 2-0 as Bonda trying a changeup. It hung up just a little in her hand, ended up just staying high. And that brings the heat, but a grounder over to third. Rowland knocks it down, but ends up without time to make the throw in time. So it'll be an infield single. I don't think that's not an error, as she knocked it down, picked it up, but just couldn't throw in time. So a single for Morales. Puts her on first. Moves Marquez to second, so runners on first and second. Angelina Corral, your third baseman, up to the plate. She got on a fielder's choice, a pop out to the shortstop, a fly out to center, and a line drive out to third base, a little swinging bunt, basically a blooper over to the pitcher. And that's going to be a force on third as Bonda picks it up, makes a good throw over to Rowland at third, and they get the lead runner. So 1-5 gets Marquez at third, and Corral reaches on the fielder's choice. Morales moves to second, so runners on first and second. Now 2 outs. 2 outs, 2 on. And Alexa Bell up at the plate. Bell had a single her last time up, a solo home run, an RBI single, and a hit by pitch. She's 3 for 4, her 5th plate appearance. And she hits a little blooper to the circle. Bonda has trouble getting it, but she picks it up, fires to first in time. So 1-3 ends Lovington's threat. But they do put one run across. We're going to go to the bottom of the 7th inning, 11-3. Lovington leading. We'll be back with more Lady Wildcat softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to Lovington softball from Portales. In the top of the 7th inning, Lovington had 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, 2 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and coming up the heart of the order for Portales, they trail 11-3. And up first is number 12, Kenzie Rowland, playing third base. First pitch is in, it's a ball. 1-0 the count on Rowland. She had an RBI single and got stranded her last time up. Was hit. Emma Long. I'm sorry. Emma Long is the batter. So I'm looking at Rowland in the book, saying, Rowland, it's Long. And she hits this, a little grounder to Hernandez. She picks it up, and it's safe. As Emma Long beats out the throw and has an infield single.
Now batting 14.
Atta girl, Emma!
Adri Garcia.
So Long has an infield single, beating out the throw. Nothing wrong with that play. It's just Hernandez took a little while to get to her. She made the throw, just not in time. So Long on first. Adriana Garcia, your first baseman, up to the plate.
Let's go!
Hey, run smart ones.
No outs, 1 on. Bottom of the 7th inning here. And she shows bunt. Leaves the bat down, but it's a ball. So 1-0 the count. As Garcia had a foul pop that was caught her last time up, struck out and walked. She's 0 for 3. And that comes in. It's a sizzler, but it's a little inside as McCraw wants to go to the circle and talk about things. So timeout by Coach McCraw. And
You could totally have Curtis announce your concerts. Now up to sing state champions. VHS Chamber. Yeah, we would totally do it for you. Just saying. Right. I'm saying he's available. I'm volunteering him. It was kind of cool during senior night on Tuesday. He was like, Adri was out there, and he goes, she's a 3-sport varsity athlete. She's gone to the state tournament in volleyball and basketball, and she is a state champion in choir. That was just
Here we go, Adri.
Hey, right here, 1-4.
all right, so out of the timeout, and there was a pitching change earlier as well. I think. Is that still number 11? Nope, that is number 17. And the shows bunt, but it rolls foul down the left baseline. So it just becomes a strike. So 2-1 is the count. Attempted bunt. Rolls foul. Long on first with an infield single. No outs. Bottom of the 7th. Last chance for Portales. They trail 11-3. And that's going to be outside for ball number 3 as Zabri Rodriguez coming in relief of Daphne Urahara. Portales started hitting Urahara, and Rodriguez is in for her. And there's a high fly ball headed in foul territory. Chloe Corral gives it a good chase from right field, but can't get there in time.
If she catches that, you can still tag and go.
It becomes just a long strike, so that will bring the count full.
Come on, Adrian, your hands, not his, kid.
3-2 the count, full count on Garcia. No outs, 1 on. Bottom of the 7th. Portales trying to launch a comeback. And there's a foul off to the left to the Lovington dugout. She spoils that one off, protecting the plate. Count remains full.
Battle, let's go 1-4, nobody better.
Portales almost out of time. This is their last chance to put on some runs. And there's a grounder to Hernandez, and she fields it, bobbles it a little bit before the throw, makes the throw. She realizes she's not going to be able to have the play in time to get the leadoff runner.
23, Bailey Hinderleiter.
So she makes the throw to first and gets the runner Long on second base. So 1 out. Long out on second base in scoring position for Portales. Bailey Hinderleiter, the catcher, up to the plate. She had a single and scored her last time up. And that's going to hit the outside corner. Yes, it is. That is a strike on the outside corner for 0-1 count. A little late breaking action there by Rodriguez. And a grounder to Hernandez again is going to find its way through, and that's going to score 1. That ball is going to roll all the way to the fence as Chavarria goes after it and throws it in. But Long scores from second, so Portales puts 1 run across, 11-4.
Now batting for the Rams, number 16.
And Hinderleiter gets on
Mitchell.
with a single. She goes to second base on the throw. I'm going to put her down as a single, going to second on the throw in.
Hey, switch places with her, Case. Right here, babe.
Oh, Pink.
Kaysen Mitchell up at the plate with a runner in scoring position, and the ball gets away from DePorto, and that is going to get Hinderleiter over to third.
Go, Bailey.
So Hinderleiter over on third now with a stolen base. Really a pass ball. Kaysen Mitchell
Hey, have fun,
at the
girls.
plate.
Let's go.
Oh, Pink.
Hey, base hit scores.
I'm going to put double question mark on that. And a little bloop back to the mound. And the throw over to first by Rodriguez is in time. And
We're not fighting. We're not
no time for Hinderleiter to try to come home. So Kaysen Mitchell.
Olivia Gonzalez.
So Kaysen Mitchell out 1-3 in the book for the second out, brings the bottom of the lineup. Olivia Gonzalez, who started as the pitcher in this game, pitched the first one as well, then moved to the outfield, is up to the plate. She bats in the 9th position, and that ball is outside for ball 1. So 1-0 the count on her. As a score bug decides to freak out on me again. So 1-0 the count, 2 outs. And a little bloop hit back to the mound. Rodriguez throws over to first and third out, and that is the ball game. 11-4 is your final score, with Lovington beating Portales, sweeping them in this doubleheader, and that ends the regular season for Lovington. They will await the seeding by the NMAA on Sunday to see if they make the playoffs. They should with their record, and but it's a matter of how high they're seeded and who they'll play and if they get a home game. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll be back to wrap this one up with Lovington Lady Wildcat Softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcats softball as we wrap this one up on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Your final score here in the second game of a doubleheader, 11-4. With Lovington sweeping Portales. They won the first one 14-1. In this game, Lovington had 11 runs on 15 hits. They left 8 people on base. They commit 5 errors. But the 11 runs is enough for them to get the win. Portales scored 4 runs on 6 hits. They left 10 on base. They committed no errors in this game. Your pitcher for Lovington, starting pitcher was Gonzalez, and Banda came in relief, but Portales was trailing the entire game. Your winning pitcher, Daphne Urahara Rodriguez, gets the save. And in this game, those Lovington with the 15 hits, that included a 3-run home run by Siena de Porto in the 3rd inning, and a solo home run by Bell in the 5th inning. Lovington scored 1 in the 1st, 4 in the 3rd, 3 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, and 1 in the 7th. Portales scored 1 in the 5th and 2 in the 6th. So that does it. It wraps things up. 11-4, your final score in this one. First game was 14-1. Lovington winning those. Their regular season is over, and they will await the seeding on Sunday. The announcement and the post should be done by Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening to see who makes the playoffs and what the seedings are, and the higher seeds will have the home games for the playoff games next weekend. Those games are going to be Friday and Saturday, so we'll await and see what happens. Lovington should have no problem making the playoffs. It's just a matter of where they're seated and who they play, and if they're at home or on the road. They should get home games, I think, but we'll wait and see how it all shakes out. Thank you very much for listening and watching. You've been watching on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. Thank you very much to the Lovington Booster Club. They provided me some water between games. I appreciate that. And thanks to the hospitality of the home Portales crew here up in the booth. So I appreciate everybody watching and listening. Congratulations to the Lovington Lady Cats. I'm Dawn Morgan signing off. Thank you for watching and listening to Lady Cats Softball on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Good night, everybody.